Thank you once again, Dr. Madrian. Ladies and gentlemen, now we shift our focus to power markets and their significance in enabling the transition. In the session titled Overview of Power Sector Markets, we will learn from global leaders about designing power markets that can effectively accommodate energy storage and facilitate decarbonization in the GCC region. Mr. Daniel Brooks will also be moderating this session, and joining him are our esteemed panelists. Mr. Bruce Smith, Executive Director, Strategy and Planning at EWEC, Ms. Mary Ross, Director, Africa Power Ventures, and Mr. Julian Jensen, Market Development Director at Fluence Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our panelists to the stage.
Come on up and grab a seat, gentlemen. Jump in, absolutely. Morning.
Morning. Good morning.
All right.
Nice to meet you. Good morning.
So, you guys, when you get up to talk in a second, you can feel free to get up and walk while we're sitting here, but we can sit in the background and talk. So, maybe a little bit different. We're going to actually spend a few minutes letting each of our panelists give some thoughts that they have on what's needed to enable electricity markets going forward, particularly around energy storage, but in general to enable the clean energy transition. And we'll have 10, 15 minutes that each of them will get to talk. It'll leave us about 15 minutes or so at the end for Q&A, so the panel will be a little bit shortened, but you'll get a chance to hear some of the insights in a little more detail from each of the panelists. I'll just start and say this. Yesterday, we had great discussions about a lot of the enablers that are needed. Clean energy transition, so much has to happen in order to enable that. We had great discussions around policy reform that's needed. We had discussion around technologies that are needed, financial markets, what's needed there, even around risk management with the insurance and insights that we gained there. We references to markets, but we didn't have really deep discussion about markets. But, you know, I believe that markets are one of the key enablers that we have to have. And, you know, three things pop in my mind when I think about what's needed for markets to enable the clean energy transition. The first, markets are going to be key to identifying what those resources are, those clean resources that are going to enable the transition. Second, markets absolutely have to ensure that resources that are needed to ensure reliability and resiliency are incentivized. If the electric sector is not reliable and resilient as we go forward with all of the services that are needed, energy, capacity, ancillary services, then the electricity sector won't be able to be that foundation, and it absolutely has to be for us to get there in the most economic way and in the shortest time frame. And then the third thing, markets also are going to be key for us to be able to incentivize and to provide price signals and market signals for technologies that we don't have yet that are going to be needed in the long run. And so our markets that we have today, guys, they're not really designed for that, right? They're just not designed to ensure that, particularly when you think about the characteristics of energy storage, a technology that is very fast acting, that has the ability to provide most of the grid services, but doesn't have a fuel cost, has high opportunity cost, is energy limited, potentially has trade-offs if it's decentralized down in the distribution system in terms of how it's used versus how it's needed for the bulk electric system, and actually has some degradation in terms of loss of life, in terms of how you use it and manage the charge, that doesn't fit well into a $1 per megawatt hour kind of offer into the market, right? So, you know, today's markets just really aren't designed for that. And so I'm hoping as we get into it, and we've got a great panel, so sort of in sequence here, we're going to get sort of a utility ISO perspective on what those markets are, sort of a development perspective, and even a supplier perspective of what's needed there. So that's what we're going to tackle and jump into it. Be putting your questions into the chat. Would love to get those, and we're just going to jump right into it. And so, Bruce, if you'd start us off and just give us your thoughts, and you got a timer there to let you know how we're doing on time.
Thank you. So Daniel's right. We don't have a market at the moment in the UAE, and certainly in Abu Dhabi. Can you put the presentation up, please? Thank you. Is there a clicker for this?
Here it is.
Thanks. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about is how the ISO Plus model that we've got in EWEC in Abu Dhabi, we feel is actually a very effective enabler for the transition that we're about to embark on. So I'm going to start off with a quick overview of what we're trying to achieve over the next 10 years, out to 2035. Where have we got to so far? What do we need in the system in order to drive that transition? And that would include concepts like storage and obviously the further penetration of renewables. And perhaps conclude with some thoughts about how we might need to develop the existing market structure that we have. So what are our objectives? I mean, Jens mentioned his are pretty clear. Our target is by 2027, EWEC plans to be able to operate the system for at least 1 hour without burning any gas. We've got an objective that will mean that we need to provide all of our energy from clean energy, 60% of our energy from clean sources, nuclear and solar, by 2035. By 2030 at latest, we will have hit 50% clean energy. Now, in order to hit 50% clean energy, that will need to mean that we're operating, certainly during the winter months when demand is lower, at clean energy levels of greater than 90% for most of the daylight hours. And that will present significant grid flexibility and grid stability challenges which need to be overcome. So the market structure will need to be able to react very quickly over the next 3 to 4 years to put in place the requirements, the grid system flexibility requirements and grid stability requirements needed to enable that very high level penetration of clean energy. And of course, there's that long-term objective, which is probably outside of the end of the career horizon for any of us sitting in this room today. So 2035, maybe 2040, that affects all of us. 2030 definitely affects us. 2027 still affects me. So that's the target. So this is rather a busy slide. There's a lot of data here, but I put this out because it basically illustrates the change in the portfolio composition that we face in Abu Dhabi and serving the Northern Emirates here in the UAE. And what this is highlighting is that, of course, solar penetration is increasing. It's the cheapest energy we can put into the system today. So both economically and from a carbon perspective, it makes a great deal of sense to maximize the amount of solar, but that in turn presents challenge. You'll see that big slice of nuclear down at the bottom. It's not the cheapest energy we can put into the system, and it's certainly not flexible. So that, although it's clean and does provide a lot of terawatt hours of clean energy, it provides its own challenges to the system. Where have we got to so far? Well, carbon intensity back in 2015 was around 420 grams per kilowatt hour. Last year, that had fallen to 230 grams per kilowatt hour. And this year we hit 80% of our energy coming from clean energy sources, from 3 nuclear reactors and 2 solar plants, totaling around 2.5 gigawatts on the system. If we look at where that carbon intensity figure compares globally, you can see we're on a pretty good trajectory. I'm from the UK, so I can happily point out that the UAE, which I've now been working in the sector here for 19 years, the UAE is ahead of the UK, so I'm quite happy to report that because the changes that we've driven have led to this as an outcome. If we look at total carbon intensity, on the power side, there was a spike that was driven by the fact that when we added that first nuclear reactor, the carbon intensity associated with water production actually went up. Most of our water has come from thermal cogeneration in the past, and that's based on an optimal power-to-water ratio. You make that worse by putting nuclear into the system, and that's increased the carbon intensity of water production. Now we're rapidly decoupling water and power production, and you'll see on that line, sorry, I can't point with this. On the salmon-colored line here, that our carbon intensity for water production is falling from peaking at 15 kilograms per cubic meter to falling to less than 1 over a 10-year period. That's quite remarkable. On the total emissions front, we're falling from 43 million tons to close to half of that by the late 2020s. Now, I mentioned water. Water is perhaps the unsung hero of the decarbonisation transition. Without decoupling, we can't add clean energy to the system because all of our water at the moment, or most of our water at the moment, has been produced from legacy thermal plants which were developed on the back of very cheap gas. Now, as soon as you start paying close to market price, $3, $4 upwards, RO is by far the cheapest. Many of you will have seen the tender results for the new RO facility that DEWA has been bidding this week. We're looking at prices of between 35 and 45 cents per cubic meter. That compares with over $1.50 per cubic meter for water that's produced on gas priced at around $4 or $5. So it's about a third of the price. And on top of that, it enables you to operate the solar and the other clean energy sources. So water is fundamentally important. Tooele RO, we're running that plant at full output at the moment, and it will hit commercial operation sometime this summer. Now, when we were advocating the development of this plant back in 2016, 2017, there was a lot of pushback. Why are you doing this? The Gulf is too turbid, too saline, too biologically active. You don't need it, it won't work. I think pretty much it's established that reverse osmosis is the answer for desalination in the Gulf, and it certainly is a key enabler to decarbonising. And I would point out that the carbon savings from this plant at Tooele, just down the road from here, at 4 million tonnes per year, is more than the total carbon savings from the first of our nuclear reactors. So we're saving around 4 million tonnes from Tooele, compared with about 3.8 million tonnes from the first reactor at Baraka. It's a huge carbon remover from the system, as well as providing the flexibility that we need to continue the decarbonisation journey. And of course, we've got the solar plants, which are obviously reducing carbon intensity, but they're reducing carbon on a dollar for dollar investment basis about as quarter as fast from a cost perspective as the RO. So what do we need from the system in order to drive this transition and get ourselves to hitting this no gas being burnt for an hour, and then 50% clean energy by 2028, 2030, and then 60% by 2035? So clearly we need to be able to meet the water demand without burning gas. We need sufficient flexibility in the gas system, and I think that's an often overlooked challenge. You know, we've already used up all of the gas flexibility that ADNOC's able to provide us in the gas system at the moment. We have effectively run out of that buffer in gas system flexibility. So we're going to need more compressors, we're going to need gas storage, and we're moving to a world where by 2030 we'll have 7 gigawatts of gas capacity turned off during the day, turned back on at night, and that will present huge challenges to the gas system, which we are currently not facing. That is a real challenge to overcome. We obviously need flexibility in the supply as well as in the system for the gas. And we need access to clean generating capacity. Our colleagues in Oman have a much better wind resource than we do. Wind generation costs, even with the relatively poor wind resource that the UAE offers, are coming down. So as Jens mentioned, the balance of wind and solar will mean that you need perhaps less storage at night if you've got the ability to generate clean energy during the day, clean energy at night as well as during the day. But that 60% by 2035 target means that we will need something in the region of 13 terawatt hours of storage to get us through the nighttime period, just to go from the 50%, which we would have been at on a least cost basis, to 60%, which is now the target. 13 terawatt hours is the equivalent of about 2 nuclear reactors that we've got down at Baraka operating for 12 hours over the nighttime period, 365 days of the year. That's a very big pumped hydro scheme. It's also a lot of batteries. So these problems, as we're wrestling with the same challenges that Jens mentioned at NEOM, nobody really has got this nailed right now. There are solutions. Pumped hydro, yes, we could build pumped hydro. Is that the right solution? To commit ourselves to a 60, 80, 100-year investment commitment now on a technology that is, quite frankly, very well proven, but not necessarily the future. It's unclear. Nuclear, similarly. So what do we need from the market? We need a market that's going to enable or provide clarity about what we're doing. And we've got that now. From last July, we've got clarity about the 60% clean energy target by 2035 and net zero. We need something that's going to enable us to move far more quickly than classic liberalized markets that have probably spent the last 10 years or so figuring out how to make this transition. We have gone from a 100% gas system in 2019 to one that this year hit 80% not burning gas for part of the year, that by 2027 is targeting 50% clean. The pace and rate of change needs to enable, from the market that we have, needs to be enabled by that structure. So we need to be able to go out and procure the batteries. If we need 400 megawatts of batteries for reserve provision, which we do, we need to be able to go out and procure them now, and that's our intention. We aim to be in the market for 400 megawatts of batteries by the end of this year. And that's shallow reserves only, not arbitrage. So an enabler of a rapid transition is absolutely essential. And we need to be able to ensure that we maintain system stability. Nobody's going to thank us for achieving 50% clean energy in 2027 or 100% for an hour if the lights go off or the air conditioning goes off as a consequence of failing to have adequate system controls in place to manage a much more challenging system operational regime. So I've got one more slide to cover. So from the beginning of last year, EWEC became an ISO Plus, so an independent system operator, but we also have responsibility for procuring these assets. And I'm sure our colleagues in AMO, or the National Grid, or ERCOT, or CAISO, are quite envious of the fact that when we identify the need to put batteries into the system, or to put a bit more solar PV into the system quickly, we can go to the market and we can put that in very quickly. There's a bit of a comparison, which I won't dwell on here, but you'll see that the real differentiator between us and almost anybody else is that we're procuring capacity and we're procuring fuel. So we have this opportunity now to manage a very rapid transition. We need to accelerate delivery of the transition, and that market needs to be an enabling structure. EWEC's ISO Plus model, meaning that we're responsible for managing the evolution of the portfolio and operating the portfolio that we develop, means that we are extremely well positioned to be able to say, this is where we're going by 2027, this is what we're going to need in the system, and we're going to go to market and procure it to make it happen. And with that, I'll draw to a close. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate very much sort of the ISO Plus utility perspective on that. You've probably got questions for Bruce. Please put those into the app. We're going to go ahead and move to each of the speakers and panelists before we come to the questions, so we'll collect those up. We want to move next to Marie. Yeah. Talk to us a little bit about, from your perspective, sort of on the development side, what the needs are for markets. And I think we showed 10 minutes there. I think if we can make that 13 minutes for Marie, so that we'll have time and we'll manage it as we go, Marie.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for the introduction. And firstly, let me also just say thank you very much to the GCCIA and EPRI, first of all, for hosting the event, and secondly, for inviting me to speak. It's certainly an honor. While I'm waiting for my slides to appear, I can just say a few words about the company that I work for. I work for a company called Africa Power Ventures, which are based in South Africa. And we do a lot of consulting work, power consulting work in Southern Africa, focusing mainly at, I would say, at the high level, the policy level, looking at issues such as tariff setting and also market design and policy. And then at the detail level, we then also look, particularly last number of years, we are looking at generation and transmission expansion planning. And I think talking about generation and transmission expansion planning, I think that then brought us into, this is the different, this is about the Africa Power Ventures, talking about the key focus areas and the clients. And you can just see there at the top, the clients would probably range all the way from, governments, regulators, and private companies that are interested in taking a position in the energy market. What we have experienced over the last number of years, more and more, we are being asked to do work in, as I said, generation and expansion planning. And we have quickly learned that through the years that we do not have enough experience. I like what the previous speaker talked about, the fact that we need to first unlearn and then relearn. The world is changing fast, the technologies around us are changing very fast, and our ability to respond, I'm afraid to say most of us are not fast enough to unlearn and relearn. We have what he also referred to as the human inertia, which is incredibly resistant towards change. So what we have witnessed is, first of all, that these changes are happening, and they're happening very fast, especially with the introduction of renewables, such as PV and wind technologies that are coming to the fore. And as they start to penetrate the system, I think many speakers have emphasized the point that we see the rise of importance of energy storage as an essential service, essentially to balance the system, and also to help lower the cost of the grid, and then provide critical ancillary services to make sure that the grid is not only running at low cost, but remains reliable to do so. And then we realized, first of all, that we have to change the way that we also do our business. And most importantly, what we have found is our modeling capability needed to improve significantly to understand what are the new technologies, first of all, how do they operate, and then secondly, how do you apply those technologies. And if we just turn for a moment to storage in itself, the work that we've done have highlighted and emphasized to us that storage is incredibly valuable. And in a way, it's a journey that we are on. We are not there yet. However, we have started to peel away these layers to understand what is the value of storage to the system. And I think that for us is a key enabler. So we talked, and I think there are many articles that people can read about what is the value of storage. And just at the high level, what I've put down there is we talk about bulk energy shifting. We understand the arbitrage potential here from energy storage. We're talking about daily peak load management, where you can use storage to facilitate and act as a peaking plant. We have the ability where storage can help you to manage the imbalances on the system. In fact, we're thinking and working now towards using a battery storage to help manage flows on the tile line back in Southern Africa. The whole issue about decongestion of the transmission system. I mean, one of the most revealing aspects that came out of our modeling was the fact that how the model starts to deploy batteries, not only to do energy arbitrage and peak load management, but also to help to decongest transmission networks. In our part of the world, there are vast differences, and there are, if I can put it like that, limited transmission lines. So you do have congestion, and we can see that batteries play an important role in helping to decongest that network. And then the whole issues around power quality, frequency control, and ramping is essential. What we have found in the past is that the planning models, whether it's generation planning, transmission planning, or system operations planning, they all have got their strength in particular areas, but few of the modeling capability had the ability to actually do an evaluation across all those different planning periods, whether it's generation, transmission, or system planning. And one thing about storage is that it can potentially unlock value out of in all through those different planning horizons. So we needed, first of all, a methodology, and secondly, a tool that could help us, first of all, identify where the value drivers are, and secondly, quantify the value drivers. That was critical for us. And as you can see there on the little diagrams here at the bottom, the whole idea is to see if we can get a modeling capability that helped us to bring together the different planning areas and help us identify what the value of storage is and what value storage could potentially unlock. Not going to spend too much time on this slide, but this slide just reflects the modeling approach that we take in one way of identifying what is the value of storage. And just at the high level, maybe you can see there in the yellow spaces, those are the traditional inputs that these kind of models would require, whether it's supply, demand, network, key parameters around the cost, and then also operational parameters. And maybe the emphasis over here, as you can see, those inputs, they range through the whole planning horizon over here, whether it's generation, whether it's transmission, and system operations. In the red, in the middle over there, we can clearly see then, of course, then when we set up our models, we need to think about what scenarios we want to run, what planning criteria do you want to use, and ultimately, what are the policy considerations that needs to be built into the analysis. And lastly, in the blue at the bottom over there, you see a bunch of outputs that come out of the model. That's typical, unit commitment, dispatch adequacy, that's whether there's a sufficient generation adequacy, storage levels, emissions criteria, and ultimately the costs. What we also, I'm not going to spend too much time, this is the different modeling tools that we use over here. I think there's a different section just talking about modeling tools. We use a tool that's quite adaptable, which is called PIPSA. It stands for Python for Power System Analysis. Not going to spend too much time on that. I want to spend a few moments on this slide over here. What we have seen through the modeling is as renewables starts to penetrate the system, and it's absolutely, it should not come as no surprise, it has been documented in many parts of the world, but in our part of the world, it also comes up. There are two challenges that starts to emerge with high levels of renewable penetration. The first one is the balance challenge, as what we refer to as over here, and many of the speakers have highlighted the need for short, medium, and long-term storage to take care of not only of the variability that we're going to have in the system, but also the intermittency. And when we talk about variability here, it's the predictable change in output of your generating plant. We know at nighttime, the solar plant will not produce. We know that in advance. We can plan for it. But intermittency is unexpected changes in the output. And both variability and intermittency span across all the time frames of year. That's from milliseconds or seconds to hours, to days, to seasons. And as some of the speakers have already mentioned, between different years, you may have what we refer to as a renewable drought scenario, where the wind may not be blow so hard or so consistently as what it used to in many of the other years. And in addressing the balance challenge in particular, we're not going to focus. The second challenge that we've also seen coming out of our models is what we refer to as an inverter challenge. That is, if you start to lose your rotating machines in the system and they get replaced by inverters, that in itself raises a number of issues. We're not going to speak too much about that today. But the balance challenge was important for us because many of our customers wanted to know exactly how will the balance challenge be addressed in the short, medium, and long term. And here you can see we've outlined some of the options that we include in our modeling. And the previous speaker have already touched on many of those, talking about DSM, which we think is an absolutely essential component of helping you to meet the balance challenge. Your customers must now participate in helping that balancing the system. And I love what Dr. Jens talked about, follow the sun. We see that clearly as a huge advantage of lowering the cost and also minimizing your cost in storage. For our lithium-ion batteries, all kinds of battery options are available. We're talking about flow batteries, potentially pump hydro schemes have been mentioned. And then the longer-term storage, and I think this is the key challenge that the industry is still wrestling with, is how do you address long-term storage? We're talking about between seasons over here potentially and ultimately between years. And what we've seen in Southern Africa is that an interconnection, if we increase the interconnections in the system, we are able to access long-term storage. Existing hydro plant that have been set up as either baseload plant in some instances or as peaking plant can now be repurposed, and they can be now act as long-term storage mechanisms. So I can just say by a quick example, we have on the border between Zambia and Zimbabwe, there's a fairly large lake, man-made lake called the Kariba Dam, and it's got huge capability in storage. At the moment, as we sit over here, the dam is pretty much empty because it's got a 2,000 megawatt peaking plant generator, but they've depleted the reservoir at this point in time. So what one can do potentially, and this is the idea that we build that into our long planning, is then to build significant solar, either around the Kariba Dam, or more importantly and more lucratively, in the Kalahari Desert, which is on the west coast. Then if you connect them up with an interconnector, you are then essentially be able to store the excess solar energy in that Kariba Dam, which has got very significant storage. And in that way, you are then able to meet not only short-term balancing requirements, but long-term balancing requirements. And those are the kinds of initiatives that needs to come out. And the most important part over here, as we talk about the implications then for market design, is how do you bring some of these lessons and observations that we've now got from detailed modeling, how do you turn that into practice? How do you make sure that you send the right signals into the market so that the correct investments take place over here? And I want to conclude by saying this over here, by gaining insight into how your system behaves and what requirements are needed, you are then able to shape strategy. And once you've shaped the strategy, you can then shape the political landscape through policy decisions over here. And once the policy is in place, then implementation will start to follow from that. What we have seen so far is that there is a lack of understanding of the value of storage in the short, medium, and long term. And we have to, through the modeling capabilities that we've now developed, and it's still a journey, we're not there yet, but we are now able to provide some insight and visibility into the value of the storage. And I have to say, we do find that many of the policymakers, they appreciate the fact that now they can, first of all, put a value to it, and secondly, they can see how that value could potentially be unlocked. And there's where I want to conclude my presentation for now. Thank you very much, Daniel. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Marie. Appreciate very much those insights. And want to move next to Julian. And Julian, you obviously, with Fluence, deal with markets all over the world and customers all over the world. So interested to hear your perspectives on market redesign.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you very much for the introduction, and great to be here again this year. I don't know if we can switch the slide deck up here. There we go. Fantastic. So when we're talking about energy storage, we're really at the start of the adoption curve. So if you can see here, this would be global deployment of battery energy storage versus what the overall potential is. And if we look globally, we're still maybe with about 10, 15% of the overall potential for this great technology and for the need for the future decarbonization of our electricity system. Now, why does this matter, and why does this matter in the context of my presentation? Because what I want to focus on is how we can accelerate market development to benefit energy storage and to get energy storage onto the system quicker, ahead of time, rather than waiting until we start seeing all of the challenges when we have higher renewable penetration. Now, why can I talk to this, or why can Fluence talk to this? Fluence, there's three things that are important to remember here. Fluence is the only technology company purely focused on energy storage. We've deployed by now close to 7 gigawatt either deployed or under construction globally. We're the only truly global energy storage company active in around 40 markets. And we are really committed to accelerating the full storage ecosystem, whether that's on the technology side, on the hardware, whether that's the servicing of these assets, or the digital solutions where we use our cloud-based software solutions such as Mosaic and Nispera to better manage and operate these systems. Just a few examples. As I mentioned, we were the first to deploy battery energy storage in about 19 different markets. Some great examples outlined here, including the largest solar storage project back in 2018 in Chile, some of the fastest responding battery energy storage system for frequency regulation in Europe. But let's talk a little bit more about why the market is accelerating and what's happening. Looks like unfortunately the slide got a bit messed up here. But what I want to highlight is, what you can see on this slide is in 2022, Bloomberg New Energy Finance and S&P Global, the two leading forecasters in the sector, this was their forecast in 2022. Now, forecasts are always wrong. But they're not usually this wrong. Because this year, so not even 12 months later, this is how they've changed their forecast. And that's actually more than doubling total deployment of energy storage in the EMEA region between 2023 and 2030. So this is showing we're really at an inflection point for this technology and the role it plays in our market. But what's critical on the market development side is that we drive revenue diversification, that we allow new markets and new market designs to open up, and that we can use policy as an accelerator. I'm going to use two specific examples, one from the European Union and one focused on storage as a transmission asset, to just highlight this journey of market development, where you start by identifying a use case, you prove out the technology, you create the right frameworks and market structures, and I love the discussion Bruce talked about there from the ISO Plus model, because you are starting to build exactly those correct structures to achieve the goals that you've set out, and then finally to then further use policy and regulatory drivers as an accelerator. When we talk about storage, it's also important to think about all three dimensions, because a lot of people talk about the power producers, clear, don't have to talk too much about it. Quite a lot talk about consumers. We heard it earlier in the great presentation from Dr. Madrian around the role of industrial consumers. What no one really talks about is the grid operators and the grid owners, and I will focus on that as part of the presentation too. First kind of scene setter or thinking about the environment we're acting in. Right now, globally, there's a lot of things in flux. And it's critical to really understand this because we're seeing policy, supply chains, geopolitics converging. And in many ways, it's actually beneficial to energy storage. I'll actually start with the bottom piece here, because this is overshadowing the global energy storage market. The Inflation Reduction Act in the US, and particularly the investment tax credit for energy storage, is shifting the supply side, so the value chain, into the US. It's increasing demand significantly, and actually means that everyone else in the world, and actually we notice it in our own business, right? Our US team is maybe a bit louder right now than anyone else in the company, is that it's pulling investment and it's pulling focus to the US. But at the same time, we're seeing huge developments, either at the European Union level, we're seeing public tenders in South Africa, and we're seeing a real ramp up across the world on understanding the value that storage can provide, but also making sure that more of the value chain is within a region or within a country. And I think that's a critical part, and it is something that can be achieved. So, I said earlier I want to bring two specific examples to the table today. First one is from the European Union. Now, coming back to the thought process of market development and thinking about the use case and the problem statement. In 2022, we were faced with an energy crisis in Europe. Gas prices went up significantly to the benefit of many people in this region, and we're very grateful for the continued supply of natural gas to Europe, but prices went up, and gas is the marginal asset in European power markets. So if the gas price goes up, power prices go up for European consumers. The European Union reacted by what was called REPowerEU package, and this was a significant acceleration of already planned out renewable deployment. But what often was overlooked by many policymakers, regulators, and stakeholders in Brussels was if you start building a lot more renewables, and we're talking about a lot more renewables, the REPowerEU goals would have led to about 75 gigawatt of solar and wind per year being built out between 23 and 2030, you need flexibility, because at the same time, you're also trying to reduce your reliance on gas. So what we found and what we identified is you need to do something about this flexibility need. And this gap can be quite aptly identified. When we looked at storage forecasts pre-REPowerEU and post-REPowerEU, as you can see, annual need for energy storage and flexibility as a whole more than doubled. But we didn't have to write tools, we didn't have to write frameworks to achieve that. We had the technological proof, storage was already deployed across European markets for various different services, flexibility service, wholesale arbitrage, but we didn't have to write frameworks to achieve this acceleration. So what did we do? Myself, my team, many other stakeholders in the industry, working together with associations, we started talking about how can you accelerate flexibility in this future system, but you have to start today. Because guess what? It takes a few years to build it out. You can't wait until you have a problem to solve it. You need to start solving it ahead of time, because we all need to move a lot quicker than what we used to be doing. So what we've tried to drive into the electricity market design reform and consultation is, and this is now the proposal that has come out of it, in Europe, each member state will have to assess their flexibility needs every 2 years, with the first assessment in 2025. They have to then start setting national objectives to achieve, to fill the gap that they've identified in their flexibility assessment. And the European Union is allowing different flexibility support schemes for member states to implement. And that can be redefining capacity markets to promote low-carbon flexibility, or it could be following defined principles for flexibility support schemes, such as, for example, a volatility CFD. And that really is all about de-risking the flexibility value streams for energy storage assets to encourage more long-term investment. That was the example, the first example. Second example, coming back to the part of the system that's often overlooked, is the role that storage can play for enhancing transmission infrastructure. I think this is also a really critical topic, I think, for stakeholders in the room here, and it's something that we see as one of the most quickly accelerating applications for storage globally. Storage can do two things for transmission system owners. One, it can help enhance utilization, providing contingency support, congestion management, emergency power contribution, and it can help provide advanced system operation stabilization, such as synthetic inertia, because we're losing inertia on the grid as we bring in more renewables, virtual synchronous machine, black start capability, system strengthening. And again, we started out with this thesis. Actually, there's a colleague of mine in the US, and he started out with this thesis, I think, about a decade ago. And back then, nobody really wanted to listen. And now, we are seeing these types of systems being deployed. I'll give you a very specific example from Germany. And it's quite a unique case when it comes to this. But, again, 5, 6, 7 years ago, we started to engage with the transmission system operators in Germany, with the regulator, with the policymaker. Germany is very unique. A lot of the renewable generation, in particular the wind, is in the north. But all of the industrial demand is in the south. At the same time, Germans don't want to build more transmission lines. They really do not want more transmission lines. So what is the TSO going to do? How are they going to manage that grid congestion? And how can they counter the rising costs to operate that transmission system? And the answer for that is what they've called the grid booster. And the very first confirmation was in the 2019 grid development plan. Transnet BW, the TSO in the south west of the country, basically said we will build our first grid booster. Now for them, this is a pilot project. It's a 250 megawatt project, just talking about scale here. And that project is really about achieving the grid operation in the future. So this is utilizing, or curatively utilizing, large-scale battery energy storage to manage more volatile renewable energy system, to provide fast response for grid stability, provide N-1 contingency support, and really provide a zero-carbon asset to help better manage the transmission system. So, summarizing all of these examples, coming back to what I said at the very start, if we want to keep accelerating on the adoption curve, and if we want to keep accelerating storage in the region, we have to continue to understand the use cases. Most of them are understood now, I think. We don't have to talk too much about it. We have to prove out technology. Again, some great examples. I don't think we're really at the very start. We've proven the technology. We have to set up the right market and regulatory designs, and then we have to think about how we can accelerate. And to me, I'm really excited about that opportunity. I'm really excited about the need for storage in this region. We've seen some great examples from the Kingdom. We had a great example from Bruce this morning, because what we need is the flexibility that storage can provide and the ability to operate our grids in a much more efficient and enhanced way, fit for the future, not fit for the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julian. Appreciate that. We've got about 17, 18 minutes for some discussion. So if you haven't put your question into the app, do that so that I can get to your question. And while you all are getting those questions in, I'll sort of start with mine. And you all mentioned the need to be able to value and to incent reliability functions, and markets are going to have to do that. Bruce, you mentioned that you all are thinking about that as one of the key tenets of the markets that you're looking to put in place. And Marie, you spent time talking about valuing through that integrated planning process that looks deeper into the reliability realities of the choices that you're making. And Julian, you talked about how some markets are starting to look at that. Which aspects of that reliability resiliency do you think markets currently do value, and which aren't really there at all that are incentivized to be able to provide that? And I'm going to ask each one of you just to give your comments on that, and what's needed in order to ensure that they do start to provide those incentives for that. And it's really key as we go forward for decarbonization in general. So I don't know whichever you want to jump in first, but do we have it already? What are we missing primarily on the reliability resiliency side in terms of incentivizing those resources that can provide that in the changing climate, in the changing market structures that we have?
Yeah, maybe I can start, Daniel. I mean, for example, in the part of the world where we are from, there are two kind of markets. First of all, there's still the regulated market, which is dominated by the utilities. And then we also have a competitive market between the neighboring states, as part of the Southern African Power Pool. And I think we can take initiatives in both of those markets. It's not like in a regulated market you can't take initiatives. I mean, first of all, what we have seen happening quite significantly is the introduction of time of use tariffs at both at industrial, commercial, and at residential level. As previous speakers talked about, I think Dr. Jens talked about follow the sun. I mean, once you start to adopt those time of use tariffs, you see how customers start to change their behavior. And in doing so, they help you to manage and balance the system. That in itself has got an impact that it reduces the need for balancing the system. So to make your customers part of the solution, I think is absolutely essential. Then I would just say in the regional market, we have got dynamic hourly pricing available. That in itself is very important in setting a benchmark for how to determine the value of storage. The markets are still, I would say, not liquid enough, but it already is an important benchmark for the industry. And then, of course, you will then have to develop your markets from that point further on, starting to think about, introducing balancing markets and ancillary services, but that's taking it to the next step.
Yeah.
Yep.
Julia?
I think let me use 3 examples to illustrate this, because especially coming from a storage perspective, and we'll kind of go through the list. When we're talking about very fast responding flexibility, there's some great examples globally, in particular the Irish market, I think, has done it extremely well, where it actually rewards the speed of response, because that's useful. If you can respond within 150 milliseconds, you will restore frequency a lot quicker than if you're responding in 15 minutes, right? Yeah. Great example. Problem, one market where this really applies. The UK also has done a little bit of that. Other markets don't do that. Yeah. Second example, capacity markets. Work well across all over the world, US, Europe, across Asia. Challenge, they're usually set up for old asset classes. They're usually set up for gas generation power plants. The way they're structured, the way they're paid, they're set up for lower capex, high opex generation, not for high capex, low opex generation. So that needs to be reformed. Third part, I'm coming to the regulated piece, I'm actually going to borrow from South Africa, because there's some great tenders being done, or PPA type structures being done by Eskom, because it's a regulated framework, so they don't have these markets. Problem with that is, quite frankly, the technical requirements and the need are quite poorly defined and don't make best use of this technology and of this asset class, which means in the regulated context, if you don't put some really strenuous requirements on this, you're also not going to get a lot of value from the system. Some people are going to build some dumb batteries, and yeah, you pay them for 15 years, but they're not going to really solve the problems that you have. So if you're thinking about that context, creating the right tender structures, you can still have a PPA structure under regulated utility, but how do you use the systems? That's critical, and you have to predefine that. Otherwise, you end up with a lot of stranded assets that are no use.
Yeah. Great insights. Bruce, anything to add to that?
We don't have markets in this part of the world. I mean, I think everybody, almost everybody in this room who works in this part of the world knows we don't have liberalized markets. There are some examples of day-ahead markets in Oman for energy, but it's not really what we're talking about here. The advantage that we've got by centrally planning a system is that we can say, for the next 7 years, we're going to need 300 or 400 megawatts of shallow reserves. It's not for energy arbitrage, for example. It's there to provide a specific defined service, and we'll pay for that. And we can value those services that they bring to the system. And in the context of decarbonizing, it's really clear what they'll bring. So we have an advantage in a centrally planned system of being able to define very precisely what we need in order to achieve systems security, and then being able to procure it. Now, that is a market. We are going out and creating a competition for a defined service for a defined period of time, and we're paying for that. So it's not what is classically meant by a market for most ISOs, but in the context of this region, given the challenges that we're facing and the speed of transition that we're going through, I think it gives us huge advantages. It means that we can push back against distributed generation, for example, which is a major headache for many ISOs in many parts of the world, where you're trying to deal with the impact of behind-the-meter customer-side generation.
Yeah, great insight. You guys are blowing up in terms of questions, by the way, here. So we've got a minute and 25 seconds. We're gonna impose a little more on that, but I'm gonna hit just a few that are getting upvotes here. So what do you guys think about the importance of ancillary service markets and how important those are going to be going forward? Big question. Today in organized wholesale markets, energy's the majority of the markets, right? Capacity a little bit, ancillary services even smaller. What does that look like going forward? How's that going to change? Are ancillary services going to be a bigger part of the market and the money going forward, or what do you see it looking like?
Well, actually, it's often the shallowest part of the market. But actually, to Bruce's point, right? I mean, as you said, you have the luxury that you can identify a problem and procure accordingly. But kind of coming back to what I said, focusing on a single use case, in particular with an asset class like energy storage, leaves a lot of potential on the table, right? So in particular, if you have the luxury to procure a service think about what other services can this asset provide, in particular from a system operations standpoint. I think that's a critical part for me, and that's, I think, where ancillary services or the type of service class as a whole will start to evolve towards, not just the typical single frequency regulation signal, but actually providing a lot of the system operation services, either through a market or directly procured. But I think limiting to single use cases, either in a market structure or in a directly procured structure, limits exploiting the full potential of the asset class.
Yeah, and if I may add to what Julian is saying, I think it's critically important, the whole issue to first of all understand the value that the different services can bring. And then only once you understand the value are you then able to design a market that speaks to that. Yeah. And at this point in time, I find there's a lack of understanding of what these services can bring. And that's probably why Julian mentioned that when specifications come out or integrated resource plans are developed, they don't take full advantage of the technology. The technology is sophisticated, it's new, but it's exciting. And one message that I have to leave over here is that you need to upskill yourself to understand what are the value drivers of this new technology and what can that new technology do for you. And it's different for different applications. And I just want to maybe... Thanks for that.
Great. And you're just talking about sort of evaluating for that new technology. One of the questions that's getting upvoted here, how do you evaluate thermal energy storage versus battery energy storage in terms of providing grid flexibility and potentially even other reliability services? Thoughts on that?
I mean, sorry, go on, Marie.
No, I just wanted to say, I mean, this is where you have to develop the capability. You have to do it scientifically. It must be a bottom-up approach. You can't just say anecdotally, and I'm doing a benchmark, and they're doing it in that part of the world. You have to build it, have a thorough and deep understanding of your systems, and build it up and have that insight into the systems.
It comes back down to the problem you're trying to solve.
Yeah.
Like thermal energy storage is a great solution for a lot of, I mean, in this region it would be more cooling, in Europe it would be, heating, but I see here, for example, reducing air conditioning peak loads, there's some scope for thermal energy storage. Is it a role as a power storage technology? I don't see that at all.
Gotcha. Bruce, any thought?
Yeah, just going back to the market structure, I mean, we were acting as a single buyer of energy and capacity until 3 years ago. We're now acting as an ISO, which is procuring system requirements. And the fact that we've now got a layered objective to decarbonize, which means that we need to figure out how to run a system without burning gas, which previously gave us all the bundled up ancillary services as part of the output from the gas generation, means that we will need to procure those ancillary services as a separate discrete service to the energy and capacity that we previously procured separately. So I think the evolution from a procurer of capacity and energy to a procurer of system services necessary to meet what the customer's looking for is a natural one.
Yeah, great insight. So there's some questions in here for each of you individually, so I'm just going to hit quickly one for each of you, and then we'll probably have to start to wrap our time up. But so Julian, a lot of folks want you to explain again how Germany overcame the issues that they were seeing by building the new transmission line for the transfer from power from north to south, and so wanting to understand that, how the battery precluded that need.
I would say they haven't yet overcome it.
Okay.
Right? Just to be very clear, so we're actually building one of the grid boosters, the 250 megawatt, one for Transnet BW. One of the other TSOs is building two either end of the transmission line, and in the next grid development plan, there's another 750 megawatt of grid boosters. So the concept is really starting to prove out to the German TSOs. The point it will lead to is, one, it will reduce the need for new transmission capacity, because what it basically means, you store electricity either end of your transmission lines. When the wind is blowing a lot, but demand is lower, you're storing it at the top, and then later on you're feeding it. So you're basically reducing the need for more transmission lines, and you're also providing greater N-1 contingency. You have to do what the German TSOs, it's called redispatch. What they have to do is they have to do these curative measures to secure grid stability, either because there's an outage or fault, or there's an instability in the system. That at the moment is costing them something like 10, 12 billion euros a year, so very expensive. And by utilizing these storage assets, they can get ahead of these problems. They can dispatch the systems that they own directly. It's not done through a market-based mechanism. And yesterday there's this example from California. They have control of the system. When they need it for the transmission system, they can dispatch it. And through that, they reduce the need to pay other generators in the market to either turn up or turn down their generation when they have an issue. That is the goal that they're going towards, but they're at the start of that journey. So the first system will come online in 2025, and then thereafter they'll be building a lot more. But I'm originally from Germany, I no longer live there, but I'm very excited about the potential of the grid boosters and as a concept for the world.
Yeah. A lot of opportunity, and the regulatory structures don't always really support that energy storage as a transmission asset in certain parts of the world. In the U.S., there's a lot of issue around that.
What is the nice thing here, right?
Yeah.
So actually, from that perspective, you can own and operate such assets, and you don't have the problem around regulatory restrictions that we would have in Europe.
Exactly. Marie, you sort of tweaked some really detailed modeling questions out into the audience, obviously, and I can get geeky into that as well. So somebody wants co-optimized supply, delivery, analysis, dispatch. It's a nonlinear integer problem. What steps do you take to ensure that the reinforcement recommendations are a global optimal and not just a solution that you would get from successive evaluations, stable at some point?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, so in a sense, we are always continuing advancing and building out our modeling capability. And in terms of the global, I suspect you mean not only in a local area, but geographically. So to that extent, we are now having the ability to connect all the different regions' networks together. And that helps us now to identify where are the most economic balance between demand and supply and transmission and storage capability, together with the different ancillary services that the system operators need to provide. And that ability now helps us to identify where are the, I would say, projects with the lowest hanging fruit that can be developed that will bring the maximum benefit, not only to a specific country or an area, but to the benefit of the whole region.
Very good. Bruce, a couple questions in here. I'll just give you one. So how do you coordinate your generation investment planning with the other planning functions to ensure that you sort of have an optimization across all of what you're doing with the grid for EWC?
This is a question about whether or not we ought to be moving from capacity and generation planning to genuinely integrated planning. And we've literally, on my desk as I was reading it, as I was driving up this morning, I was reading this year's Statement of Future System Requirements, which is our annual planning document. Last year it was called the Statement of Future Capacity Requirements. So there's an evolution here from recognizing that we need to consider how much capacity do we need to build in order to meet the demand, to what is it that we need to make investment in from a system, at a system level. And that's a full integration of transmission plus generation assets. Now, as we introduce more intermittent renewables and so on into the system, then the cost of the transmission component of serving customers' demand is going to increase. Obviously, transmission investments need to go up, and the energy component that's coming from renewables is going down. So typically, we've been looking at less than 25%, or around 30 to 25% on transmission. That's going to go up, and I would suspect we're going to get closer to parity in the future. So it's a really good point.
It is, and preaching to the choir. Marie, obviously, in your presentation, talked about that. I've got a talk later today. I'm going to talk about integrated planning as well. So we could have some fun with that. We've pushed over our time. I want to give you each 1 minute. Just you're king for the day. What's the first and most important thing that you would do to change market designs to enable energy storage to provide the value that it's there? I'm going to start with you, Julian, and just come down the line. But give me your quick hit. What's the one big thing you would do first?
You could have done the reverse. This might give me a bit of time here. I think this is highly dependent on where we're talking about. But I think what I kind of come back to as a common theme is creating structures that value different layers of capability, whether that's extremely fast response, whether that's valuing synthetic inertia, whether that's valuing more providing kind of 4, 6, 8 hour capacity. So, and that doesn't matter whether that's in a liberalized market framework or in a regulated single buyer type market framework, like valuing those and keeping that in mind and pushing developers, IPPs, whoever is building those assets, that they build intelligent systems or that they work with technology companies that can provide intelligent energy storage systems and not dumb batteries that won't provide the future need, even if they may solve the problem that you have today. For me, that's the kind of common theme, no matter where you are.
Perfect. Marie?
Yeah, I want to add on to what Julian is saying, and it comes back to the point where in order to do what Julian is saying, you have to upskill yourself. This is the critical part, and this is the message that I want to leave. Make sure that you understand how this technology works, become familiar with it, develop the systems and the tools and the capability to deal with it.
Yeah, very good. Bruce, take us home.
If we're talking about what's the ideal market to enable both of these things to happen, I wouldn't change what we now have. We've made a journey from being a single buyer to being an ISO plus, who now has responsibility for making sure we have this stuff. It's a perfect model to move quickly and enable that, but I fully endorse the requirement for capability and visibility of what you actually need in the first place. If you don't have those, then the ISO plus won't work.
Yeah, there's another 8 or 10 questions in the chat that folks have thoughts. I'm sure you'll get captured during the break, but tremendous insights. Give these folks a hand. This is great. And we'll go ahead and yield the floor to the next panel. We're going to talk about renewables integration, but I don't know if you want to come up and tell us what we'll do next.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brooks, and our panelists for the very insightful discussion. I would like to ask you to remain on stage while I invite His Excellency Engineer Youssef Janahi to do the honoring. Starting with Mr. Marie Ross, perhaps, or Mr. Julian Johnson. Next is Mr. Marie Ross. Mr. Bruce Smith. And of course, our moderator, Mr. Daniel Brooks. Thank you once again to our panelists and our moderator for the past session. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of energy storage in the future power sector takes center stage in our following session: integration of renewable energy and the role of energy storage, moderated by Dr. Aiden Tohi, Senior Program Manager at EPRI. This session will explore grid integration practices, modeling, and system economics in the GCC region. And it will draw from international experiences in regions with high renewable energy penetration. Joining our moderator are our esteemed panelists: Colton Cheng, Senior Vice President at Hawaiian Electric Company, Mr. John Mura, Director of Reliability Assessment at NERC, and Dr. Murali Bago, Program Manager at National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome them on stage.
All right, thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Well, my slides are coming up. So I'm going to talk, first of all, give a quick introduction on some of the recent work that EPRI's been doing in this area. So a little bit of a starting point, or a little bit of a way to start getting the discussion going in the panel later. Then each of the panelists will take about 7 or 8 minutes to introduce some of the topics they want to talk about in this area of storage and renewable integration. and then we'll have a panel discussion. So again, be scanning the QR code to be able to ask what the questions are. This follows on very well and ties, I think, very closely a lot of similar topics than the last session. Last session got into some of the planning and reliability needs, particularly the market structures out here. There's quite a lot of overlap between planning and the markets piece. So I think we'll see a lot of common themes, a lot of similar discussion around the need for integrated planning, the need to bring in reliability contributions, and think about some of the issues around adequacy and stability. So I'll talk first about some of the work we're doing on reliability. So as we do decarbonize the system, and I'm still waiting for slides to come up here, but as we do decarbonize the electric system, maintaining reliability in every hour of every minute and every minute up to those future targets is going to become increasingly challenging, and we're going to have to look at how we can use technology, we can use planning, we can use policy to integrate our way out of that. And so as we think about some of that reliability and resilience that we're going to need, we've been looking at it from the perspective of four different areas that we've been thinking we need to make reliability, ensure reliability. So from a resource adequacy perspective, and I'll spend more time in this presentation talking about that in particular, and some of the work we're doing here as well as across the world on adequacy issues, but having that future system that can meet demand in all hours of every day across different types of demand profiles, different types of weather patterns and other aspects like that. We also need to think about some of the delivery adequacy issues. Do we have the T&D infrastructure that's needed to integrate the renewables, integrate increasing penetrations of DER, things like energy storage, electric vehicles, and some of the other changes happening on the customer side. We need to be able to balance. There was a lot of good discussion in the last presentations around the need for balancing and flexibility, so I won't repeat too much of that. And then the stability aspects. We are changing the system from a synchronous rotating mass type system to an inverter-based system, and we know ways that we can do that. We have methods and tools to do that, but they're new, they need to be tested, they need to be demonstrated, and we need to be able to understand what the relative economics of the solutions are versus other types of solutions that are out there as well. So bringing all this together, integrating it all as we transition the energy system is obviously increasingly important. I think a lot of the reason we're here this week. We talked last year, and I'm not going to get into this in detail, but on a study we did with GCCIA on renewables integration that finished in about 2021, looking at different issues. One was around the reduced inertia type topics. So we hear a lot about we're taking inertia off the system, how are we going to maintain stability. We looked at where the kind of inertia limits based on the current technology, based on the current system might be as we start needing things like fast frequency response from energy storage and other aspects that we're investigating in ongoing work that we're currently working on. Looking at things like variability and grid codes as well. So that set us up well to kind of work with GCCIA on some future work, and I'll talk a bit about some of that today. We've ongoing work around things like stability and trying to understand the role of new technologies, whether it's energy storage with advanced inverter controls, whether it's new types of controls on the actual solar and wind plants themselves. And then thinking through flexibility resources like energy storage and demand-side resources that could potentially support the future needs on the system. So from a resource adequacy perspective in particular, and I think some of the others will cover this as well, when we think about adequacy, in the past we've always thought about just having enough capacity to meet your peak demand, plus some margin for outages of generation, for demand forecast errors and other aspects such as that. What we're seeing in recent events and things like what happened during winter storms Uri and more recently Elliott in North America, where we had load shedding events due to high outages due to cold weather across the system, is we're also needing energy in the system as well. So it's not just do you have that capacity, that steel in the ground, but do you actually have the energy in storage behind that, whether that's gas storage, battery storage, or a coal pile out the back. There's different ways to store that energy, but do we have sufficient energy to meet that demand as well, particularly as we get to these extremes in weather. So you think here it might not be, it's obviously not cold weather, but it might be a sandstorm or some period when you've got low solar output over multiple days. Have you enough energy at the start of that to ride through it? And then thinking more about how do we bring flexibility concepts into the adequacy framework as well. So do we not just have sufficient amounts of capacity and energy, but can we actually move that around to meet the demand that's changing in a more volatile, less predictable way than we've seen in the past? Potentially even thinking about, do we have the system services that we're going to need on the system to maintain stability. So we can get that from a lot of different places. We typically have gotten that from the supply side, mainly large generation plants. We'll continue to do that for the future, but we'll also have to look at things like demand-side resources, certainly energy storage, the topic here, and some of these longer duration energy storage as well are going to become increasingly important, and some of the work we're doing is looking at this. So a few years ago, after Uri and after some of the events in California in summer 2020, where there was load shedding due to that low the canyon curve that we were talking about yesterday, we started up a large initiative focused mostly on North America in that case, to look at how we need to change some of the resource adequacy constructs that we currently use, both in the deregulated areas and in the regulated areas, but thinking about changes that are needed in the adequacy framework and the adequacy assessment. And I know we've also been working here in this region, looking at some of the changes that might be needed for the installed capacity obligation study that's done on an annual basis, and recommending some potential changes to that or solutions to some of the challenges around solar and storage and nuclear and some of the other changes happening here. So really trying to understand across the world and working in Europe and other places as well, how we're actually changing some of these constructs as we go forward. What are the big impacts that are going to happen as we change the system? So we did did some of that, looked at things like what that duck curve or canyon curve would look like in the future system, how these renewables could be useful as capacity and energy resources, and did identify that there was a need to better understand how those can contribute to system adequacy. So we just finished a study with GCCIA, working through their planning committee there to look at some of the changes that are needed from an adequacy perspective, and really trying to understand things like how do we include solar PV accurately, what's the best ways to calculate the contribution PV does make that can contribute to capacity. That capacity, as I'll show in a while, the amount it contributes declines as you add more and more PV to the system, but there is some capability to add capacity to the system through solar PV, obviously wind as well. We heard from on the NEOM's discussion earlier on around the kind of complementarity between solar and wind. But started looking at that, started looking at things like how different it can vary year to year. This region, obviously, there's not as much interannual variability in terms of the weather as you'd see in other parts of the world, but still looking at how important that might be. Looking in particular then at, and I'll show some results around how energy storage can be modeled. How do we actually bring those into some of the kind of capacity studies, different applications? There's different ways to think about how storage can contribute capacity. There's been a lot of work done in places like North America on how storage can be contributing to adequacy, but trying to bring that to this region, understand some of the nuances here. How does the network itself support the sharing of capacity, and what are the metrics that are used? One of the things we've seen coming out of things like the winter storm Uri that happened in Texas in 2021, where there was that large outages that caused multiple deaths and had significant, showed the significant risk we're facing as an industry in some of these events, is what metrics are we using? We've traditionally used loss of load expectation or loss of load hours, and kept that at a certain target. But what we're seeing is that those by themselves don't necessarily tell us the full nature of the risk on the system. So really trying to understand what are the better ways to assess risk and how we bring that into the system planning processes. So some of the key findings, I'm not going to get into those in detail. Those in the planning committee and others who are going to be here tomorrow for those workshops, we'll see a little bit more. But we did see that we can use these resources to contribute to reliability. Solar PV does show up in a pretty predictable way and can reduce the peak, and so you do have some contribution. I'll show in a while what that looks like in terms of the percentage, but it starts at around kind of 50% of its nameplate capacity. We looked at kind of that 2027 timeframe when PV will provide about anywhere around the 3 to 5, maybe even 10% of overall energy in the region. But as it goes beyond that, as we start adding more and more PV, you're starting to shift the peak demand away from the times when solar's available to times when solar's not available. And so it's less useful by itself in those particular periods. So you start seeing this drop off in the capacity that it can provide, whereas right now, currently penetration levels might say, well, you can kind of count that as 50% compared to a gas turbine. At higher penetrations, that starts declining relatively quickly. Of course, you bring batteries in, you bring a portfolio of resources in, then you start being able to support the system again, but did show that that's important. Looked at different weather years, which we didn't expect to see a whole lot of variation. We did see, though, there were some weather years there was more risk than others, so it's worth looking across a wide range of weather years. Some of the work we're doing in our Climate Ready initiative at EPRI, looking at how those multiple weather years need to be used to look not just at what's happened in the past, but also how that weather is going to be transformed into the future, will become something that we think is needed here as well. Trying to understand things like the frequency of dust storms, for example, and when they might happen and how they might coincide with times of high demand becomes quite important. So looking across the large amount of weather years is something we thought is going to be important. Obviously, storage contribution, I have a slide in a second on that, so I'll talk about that. But we did see that for this region, at least 2 hours of energy storage will be needed at the kind of lower penetration levels. As we get to higher penetration of renewables, that might change, but at the current system penetration levels, we're seeing about 2 hours of energy storage at least is needed to kind of look somewhat similar. I think someone mentioned, maybe it was yesterday in CAISO, looking at maybe 4 hours was needed there. So the differences in load are important, the difference in the system are important, and energy storage contribution can be different. And then reserves and transmission need to be considered as well. There's a lot of discussion around how you bring how the actual system is operated into these planning studies. If we're not reflecting in our planning studies how the system will be operated in the future, we may be over-optimistic on the ability to actually move capacity or move energy around the system. We may be over-optimistic on the ability to ride through events. And so it's important to bring some of those kind of more operational issues into that planning framework as well. Just to give a sample, I'm not going to get into these in detail, but a sample of some of the results. We did see that adding the PV in 2027. So for those who are familiar with the ELCC concept of effective load carrying contribution, what we did was we kind of took the current system with a 5 hours loss of load. We said, well, what happens when you add a load of PV? You bring that loss of load way down, and then how much additional load does that allow you to meet? And so that's your load carrying contribution that you can meet on the system. So that's how much additional load does the addition of the PV allow you to meet at the same reliability. And we saw that resulted for about 8,600 megawatts of PV. It allowed us to get about 3,390 megawatts of additional load met with the same reliability, looking at the probabilistic distribution of risk and those other factors. So you get that kind of 39%. We did this at different penetration levels and saw that for the kind of lower penetrations that it's at or close to that level. But we did see that reduce then as you add more and more PV. Did the same thing for wind and saw similar kind of behavior, maybe a lower number for wind because it doesn't necessarily coincide with peak as much as solar does. And then batteries, when we added batteries, you also saw this reduction in loss of load expectations. So we took it from that 5 hours down to a lower value. And again, we're able to kind of calculate what that looks like, how the capacity contribution of batteries compared to another type of resource, a dispatchable resource. That obviously varies depending on the length of the duration in the battery. So you can see on the bottom here, we looked at different installed capacity levels as well as different duration levels. And did see that there was kind of, as you go to about 2 hours, you get about 80% of the benefit of, say, a perfect generator that wouldn't have any outages. And at about 4 hours, you get to 90+%, which is probably similar to something like a gas turbine. So somewhere in that 2 to 4 hours seems to be the sweet spot for capacity right now in this region. Obviously, that might change as things change on the system, but we see that happening. First of all, and then the first 500 megawatts or so you can see here contributed better than the next 500 megawatts. So you go to the first 3 bars and compare them to the next 3 bars. They're a little bit higher for the most part, and so that kind of shows that you get this declining value of adding additional storage more and more, particularly at these lower durations as you start needing longer duration as well. So that's kind of a capacity study around some of these changes, looking at things like how these can be assessed using the contribution factors for those that are familiar with the ICO process, where the solar is kind of discounted. There's ways we think we can kind of enhance how that gets done. And then long-term improvements around storage and reserves and other things in the modeling that we're recommending as well coming out of that. More broadly though then, just to introduce the rest of the panel, that's kind of the work we're doing at the GCC level and understanding some of the capacity needs. But as we think more broadly and how the system's changing, I want to introduce some of the other panelists who'll talk about more of these issues. We're seeing that changing generation mix. We're seeing wind and solar. We all understand at this point the issues there. More and more active distribution and more demand side type issues happening, and then more customer control. Customer demands are varying quite a lot now. They're not all the same. We're seeing electrification happening. So all of those things are leading us to some of the changes the other panelists here are going to discuss. So We'll start with Colton, who's going to talk about some of the integrated planning work that's been done in Hawaii. They've recently submitted their integrated grid plan, which is a great effort and a great example of how we need to evolve, how we operate, into some of the discussion in the last panel on integrated planning. Colton's going to talk through some of the work they're doing. We're going to have John then talk about some of the work around reliability issues and how storage can support some of that from the NERC perspective. And then Murali will talk about some of the work that was done at NREL and DOE on where storage might play a future role. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Colton. So Colton, I think you're on the line here.
As my slides come up, I'll just do a quick intro. I'll be talking about our recently completed integrated grid plan that Aidan just mentioned. And as I do that, I want to highlight in a few instances the critical roles that storage has played, both in our plan development and the plan that we actually developed itself. Before I get into the integrated grid plan itself, I want to start off with the next slide, if we can advance it, which is a really, I think, easy way to kind of illustrate how we in Hawaii think about planning for the future, the role of electricity, the need to do our part to both mitigate and adapt to our changing climate, and our state policies around that. So with the globe, with Hawaii in the center, it really highlights how isolated our islands are. And in Hawaii, at Hawaii Electric, we serve 5 out of the 6 islands interstate. Every island is small. Every island is electrically separate from each other. And we don't have the ability to interconnect our islands with each other electrically. And of course, we can't interconnect to a neighboring state or a neighboring country. And so that really drives the need to develop good, sound plans for electricity supply. Especially as we think about how we do that while meeting our state policies of getting to 100% renewable energy by 2045 and achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by that same year as well. So this one image sort of puts it in a single image. Next slide, please. So here, it's a little busy, and I hope you folks can see it. Is a quick summary of our plan, our integrated grid plan. And in it, at the very top, you can see the new renewable resources that we've identified that needs to be added to our plan to achieve our policy goals. In there, you see a mix of variable generation like solar and wind, but you also see in, I think, orange on the screen, the role of standalone storage. And you'll see that the solar resources that are identified, the larger grid scale resources, are all paired or hybrid solar and storage combined with each other. And we have 8 solar plus storage systems in the process of going into operation on our system. We have 3 in service today. And the pairing of solar with storage has proven to be a very valuable resource on a system. That, as the previous panel talked about, provides both energy and a number of additional services to the grid, energy capacity, frequency regulation, and replacement capacity, and the ability to shift that energy produced from that solar facility to different times of the day. So those are big components on our system, in our plan. You can see a huge role for distributed energy resources, and in Hawaii, that means both distributed solar as well as distributed storage systems. You see a continuing role for energy efficiency as part of our plan. And then you can see how our renewable levels and our carbon reductions change over time as we add these new resources onto the system. The combination of variable generation, new firm generation, and both paired and standalone storage allows us to retire, as shown in the very bottom of that chart, a number of our older fossil generators that are the least efficient, the least reliable in our system. And that combination of bringing on new, firm, efficient generation, low-cost wind and solar, and storage allows us to transform our generation system and do so at a cost that's pretty stable, relative, and much lower than a plan that allows us that much lower than the plan if we were to just simply stay on the use of fossil fuels in our system. So what does that energy mix look like as time goes by? So if we can move on to the next slide, on the right-hand side, you can see the mix of generation on our system at different points in time. You can see going from today, where we're at about a 30% renewable energy level, we're planning to be just over 50% in 2 years as we bring on a lot of new solar plus storage systems. But by 2030, we'll be north of 80% renewable, and then ultimately 100% by 2045. A lot of solar in that mix. You see both distributed solar in light yellow and grid scale solar in a darker yellow. It's just the nature of the renewable resources that are available in Hawaii. Solar is going to play a huge role. But you see a role for other renewables as well, including firm dispatchable renewables. With that mix of generation, replacing fossil generation, you can see on the left the planned reduction in carbon emissions on our system. So today, we're just under 30% lower in greenhouse gas emissions from 2005 levels. Our goal is to be at least 70% reduction by 2030, and ultimately to be at net zero by 2045. These are aggressive changes in our system. These portfolios are dramatically different from what we have today, and it's keeping our engineers and our planners and our system operators very busy in the coming years. So this is the plan results. The question then becomes, well, how did we create this plan? And I want to just highlight in the next slide sort of the process that we came up with to do integrated grid planning. You heard in the prior panel the need and the benefits of planning on an integrated basis, looking at generation, transmission, and in our case, looking at distribution and behind the meter resources as well. And the need for integration is absolutely critical for smaller grids like ours, because any significant change on one part of your electric system will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the rest of your system. So the addition of distributed resources on our system has dramatically changed our grid scale, utility scale generation resources. Well, that affects our distribution system, of course, but that flows up into our transmission system as well, impacting our transmission plans. And so we've learned a few years ago that really to plan effectively, we need to plan on an integrated basis. So this diagram here shows a very sort of iterative, not the most efficient, but a very effective way to plan for your system across all pieces. For those of us in the electric sector, we know that the tools that utility and system planners have to plan out your system are very much focused on one part of the grid. Transmission planning tools, capacity expansion, production simulation tools, distribution planning tools. And these are the same tools that we're working with in Hawaii, but we're using a process as shown in this diagram to iterate the modeling across these different tools to take results, say, starting on the top left with capacity expansion, subject that to resource adequacy analyses based upon the assumptions and inputs you use that to also do distribution analysis. We do prod sims around that candidate plan. We do system security analysis to look for stability and the ability for your grid to recover from contingency events. And we fold it right back in, right? So we're iterating over and over again across these different domains to ensure that we have a generation plan, a transmission plan, and a distribution plan that works across all levels, and they're consistent in their outcomes. And just kind of tied to a discussion that occurred in the last panel, when we look at both distributed and grid scale storage, they play a role in analysis that we do at the generation level, transmission, and at the distribution level, which makes it quite complex for us. Next slide, which is my last slide. When you take that process to kind of give some color to the kind of depth of analysis that we do, You can see here in this slide, just through some examples of some charts and diagrams, the types of analysis that occurs in every one of those blocks in the slide prior. So you can see how we look at meeting energy adequacy as part of a capacity planning on the top left. You can see how we do hourly production simulations so we can understand the dispatch of resources to ensure that the combination of options and generating resources in our plan can actually operate on a daily basis, can meet expected load in a reliable fashion, and we can test the utilization and cost effectiveness of every resource that we're considering. On the bottom left, you can see, by example, regions on the island of Oahu, which is our main island, where renewables, predominantly solar, but also including wind and other resources, will be likely located. And we built transmission plans to connect those locations, the island, to our loads based upon the generation portfolio identified earlier. And we subject all of that to a very detailed resource adequacy analysis to make sure that we have sufficient energy, we have sufficient capacity, and we have sufficient regulation and fast frequency response in our system so that the grid stays stable during normal occasions as well as during contingency and abnormal operations as well. So very quick glimpse into what we're doing in Hawaii. It's a new thing for us. We're very hopeful that this will allow us to accelerate our additions of renewables and as well as how storage plays a role in making all of that work.
Thanks, Colton. Appreciate the quick overview, and there's definitely a lot of really interesting work happening there. We've been closely monitoring that and engaged with you all, and I'd suggest anyone who wants to know more about this, the integrated grid planning, Google that at Hawaiian Electric, and there's a lot of really good information on their website there for some of the modelling they're doing. Do also be putting in the questions into the PollEV link as well. It's the same link as earlier. As shown on the screen there. So the next presenter is going to be John Moore from NERC to talk about some of the issues NERC see and the role of storage there. So John.
Hello, and hi everybody. This is John Moore with NERC. Greetings from Atlanta, Georgia. Good morning. And look forward to seeing everybody in the near future. What I wanted to spend some time here today to talk a little bit about, and so I didn't want to repeat too much of what's been talked about already, but I did want to give a little bit perspective of who NERC is and why we have this reliability regime within North America. We're absolutely seeing a transition of our resource mix in North America. But for years and years, we had a voluntary set of reliability rules that system operators and traditional utility organizations kind of work together with to, as the system grew, as we had more transmission expansion. Of course, the economics led to more expansion because the utilities could share resources across a broader footprint and then have access to those resources, thereby reducing improving the economics, but also improving reliability. And so as systems expanded and more entities were connected, there was a reason to get everybody to, all the operators and all the planners together to agree on sets of instructions and standards for operating the grid. But of course, as we've introduced markets over the last couple decades, there have been more players, more entities, more companies that are integrated into the system. And so the real question from our policymakers' perspective is, who's got it? Who's responsible for reliability? We've unbundled the traditional utility model in a large portion of the United States. And we needed to make a change and develop this concept of an ERO. That's who NERC is. NERC is the Electricity Reliability Organization. And we're really entrusted to be the independent reliability authority, not only to develop the rules and the standards for operating and planning the largest machine in North America, but also to conduct our assessments. to inform policymakers, to inform those policy choices. And our independence is a really key aspect to all that. And so storage plays a key part of this for our future. Let's go to the next slide. As we look at towards the future, we see storage as a game changer. When we look at reliability, what are the aspects of reliability? Well, first we have adequacy, and you can go ahead and click the next slide. And go ahead and two more animations. With adequacy, high storage production capability would greatly minimize long-term generation project uncertainty and lead times and commitments. So there's huge benefits for having large access to storage. We're in adequacy. We're always asking, is there enough supply of electricity? And then of course on the other side of reliability, there's operating reliability, or traditionally it's been called stability or security. And that's how storage can really play a big role here in providing that those fast acting power injections that can quickly remedy BPS disturbances. But we're really, as the system has changed, we've been asking this kind of middle question here: is there enough supply of operational reliability and control? Is there enough megawatts that system operators can actually use to control the system, whether it be on the reactive side, whether it be on the active power side, whether it be on the frequency response? All these, those are the controls of the system that we see being reduced as we're getting less of this traditional spinning mass in our system. Let's go on the next slide. And of course, we talked about the step change that we're seeing in North America. 400,000 megawatts of solar resources, 250,000 megawatts of wind, another 80,000 megawatts of distributed energy resources, and 70,000 megawatts of batteries. That's what we see in our long-term assessment when we're looking as an entire grid. And the challenges we see is we don't see a lot of transmission. And this is really the challenge that we see across the world is, the demand for building more clean energy resources, being able to expand that resource base, but not being able to build the necessary transmission. So if there's one takeaway from many of our reports, and as y'all think about the expansion of your grids and bringing on more intermittent resources and storage, is how we're going to interconnect those and distribute those across the grids. Let's go to the next slide. So what is storage? I think, when you can click through this. Is it a load? Certainly it is. Is it capacity? It certainly is. Is it transmission? It certainly can be. But one of the things I like to call storage is it's a time machine. It's not a generator. It can take generated power, store it, and we can use it at a different time. And a lot of people kind of forget it also must be charged, right? So we forget this, but it's highly important as the system operators dispatch. They're optimizing and strategically cycling the available storage. Let's go to the next slide. I think this is a kind of really useful presentation of the different types of storage technologies, and it's on a log scale here. But you can see different types of storage technologies can be used to support different types of reliability functions. We've talked a little bit about those already. One of the things I think there was a point that was made earlier that's just incredibly important is the lack of options for long-term storage. When you kind of look at this, large scale and long-term storage is really only one option up there that's known, that we use. It's pumped hydro or pumped storage. It's the operator's best friend. And as we get more renewable resources, as we need more flexibility on that large scale, this is really the resource that we know how to use and operate that works. Next slide. One of the key aspects of storage is a saturation effect. And you can go to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. One of the key dynamics captured as we look at our ELCC analysis is diminishing marginal returns of specific resources with increasing scale. That is, you add more and more to a system, and it produces lower marginal resource adequacy benefits. These effects have actually been recognized. We've seen this in California. And on the top here, we see this kind of saturation effect as you add more solar. The ELCC value of solar, meaning the capacity contribution to the peak, reduces as you add more. And the same principle applies to energy limited resources like energy storage. And so as you add more storage, you actually get lower amounts of ELCC. So that can be interpreted in a couple ways. Either one, the marginal ELCC of storage with a fixed duration will continue to decline as more is added to the system, or two, storage with progressively increasing duration is needed to sustain high capacity value. So we either need to build different types of storage, have 4 hour, have 6 hour, have many different types of and a diversity of storage to really help even out what the system needs. So the next slide. One of the things we hasn't been talked about too much is the impact of not only storage but the inverters that are actually tied to the storage, and as well as solar and wind. One of the things we're starting to see in North America are the tripping, the forced offline, unexpected offline failures of inverter-based resources. We've had some pretty large ones, 1,700 megawatts. Some of those have actually included battery energy storage systems with inverters. This is not good for reliability, right? We're always managing and balancing supply and demand. And so unexpected, tripping of inverters in mass is something that's not good for reliability. So we need to fix this. Inverters are different than spinning mass generators. They do different things, and if we don't understand them, if we don't model them correctly, we're never be able to operate and plan a system in a way that's reliable. So more is needed to be done around the modeling. And let's go to the next slide. So just to round out my talk, if I had to point to kind of a couple really important things to take away from a reliability perspective: strong interconnection standards, making sure when batteries and inverters interconnect to the system, the performance requirements and the interconnection requirements are robust and tuned for the operations and planning of that system. And of course, those modeling and planning studies, different types of studies, particularly EMT type studies, are needed to determine the internal protection of the inverters to make sure that they are adequately working with the system. And then this was the whole idea of the last panel, which is the strong market signals to ensure what we call essential reliability services are maintained. So whether that's frequency response, voltage control, and reactive support, load following and flexibility, all those are needed, and those are the things that storage can really help with in the future. So I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So yeah, Murata, you'll take us back to the panel. So we're going to cover some of the stuff with DOE are doing on energy storage.
Thank you very much. Thanks for this opportunity, both for GCCIA and EPRI for giving this opportunity to talk about a study that was recently concluded at NREL, or National Renewable Energy Laboratory, on storage future study. What I'll probably focus on is quickly introduce what the study is, and also talk about some of the key learnings which might be relevant to the people here, and certainly can refer this as you go back. Before jumping into the study itself, National Renewable Energy Laboratory is one of the 17 national laboratories that serve the leading institutions for scientific innovation in the United States. Most of the funding really comes from Department of Energy and a few other federal agencies, and also the broader other work for others entities that we work with utilities and other entities there. National Renewable Energy has, you can see, close to like 3,300 staff there, mostly working on renewable power, energy efficiency, sustainable transportation, energy system integration, partners very closely with industry, academia, and government organizations, and a lot of living laboratories in terms of technology and looking at bleeding technologies out there. So the storage future study that I'm going to quickly talk about today is a multi-year research project which really is looking at exploring the rapid impact or increasing role of energy storage all the way through 2050 through a series of studies to really see what's happening across the continental US. This particular study was funded out of the US Department of Energy's Office of Strategic Analysis and Energy Storage Grant Challenge, which you'll probably hear from one of my DOE colleague, Ben Steiger, later today. Yeah. So the main questions that we are really considering to answer as part of this study is what are the impact of storage costs and also change in the performance over time on the adoption of storage. Also, I think this particular study mainly looked at the role of diurnal storage in the market or power sector, and what is the economics in terms of deployment of storage across the United States, and what are the factors driving those kind of deployments, and what does it really show in terms of impact all the way up to operations, not just looking at the planning part of it. I just want to point quickly a few reports here, which probably I'll not go through, but certainly want to quickly glance through these. The first one, the 4 phases of storage deployment, really looked at the different scenarios that we looked at, all the way from ancillary services, peaking, seasonal, and long duration. These are the 4 different ones that we looked at. I'll probably have a slide to talk a little bit more about that. The second report here, which is focused on the energy storage technology, modeling input, really looking at current and future costs of storage and how those will look at. And the third one is the economic potential of diurnal storage. I think this is where we looked at a lot what we call the capacity expansion, and without forcing any function of one technology over the other technology. We used the NREL's REITs model, if you're aware of it, mostly doing the capacity expansion of the storage. The fourth report there is really looking at more a distributed approach using the DGen model at NREL, where the opportunities for distributed PV and storage are something that we looked at in that report. The fifth report really targeted towards market questions, looking at how do we define long duration energy storage and where the market for long duration storage might look like. The sixth report, pretty much what my NERC colleague was talking about, really looked at resource adequacy, reliability of the system, and really looking at grid operational implications or impacts with bigger deployments. The last report is what I'll focus today, mostly on the key learnings across these reports, but these are all available online for you to look at if there is interest in any of these specific ones. This is a quick summary of the first report, but certainly a stage setting to what we are looking. If you really look at 2010 or prior to 2010, the primary service in US that we really looked at, or that storage has been used, is mostly for peak shaving. Peaking capacity, energy time shifting, and operational results. Again, most of this is 23 gigawatts, most of it is from pumped hydro. That was the primary resource before 2010. Most of it, again, it's hydro, so it's more like 8 to 12 hours capacity is what it was primarily used with different response speeds right there. So what we did is we looked at the 4 different phases. The first one is less than 1 hour, mostly targeted towards operational reserves. The second one more targeted towards peaking capacity, which is more what we call the 2 to 6 hours. and then also looked at diurnal capacity and energy time shifting, which is 4 to 12 hours, and then also looked at the long duration, which is mostly the day to months thing that you looked at. Again, there is significant overlap between all these all these 4 phases that we are talking about in terms of the uses of different things. One thing I'll say is I think this study was actually done 2019, 2020 mainly, so impacts of supply chains as well as the new Infrastructure Reduction Act and the Inflation Reduction Act and Infrastructure Bill impacts are not really considered in some of these as we really did this original studies, but there are significant impacts on those things that we'll be considering in the future learnings. Those are the quick caveats I would say about key learnings. I think we have 8 key learnings that are identified as part of the storage future study, which highlight important elements to help key stakeholders prepare for the evolving grid and potential roles and value of energy storage assets as we look at the 8 ones here. The first one, I think, as you can see, storage is poised for growth. And compensation is key. I think the main conclusion from this first one is pointing to significant economic deployment of energy storage under various scenarios of grid evolution. Even without things like carbon policy, energy storage is highly competitive as a new source of peaking capacity with many projections of significant growth beyond this study. But however, some things that really we need to recognize is the technology policy changes could impact the growth of storage despite important modifications to regulatory framework over the past decade. I think that's key. As you can see, very significant growth in terms of power capacity as well as energy. By 2050, we're looking at close to 5x today's capacity, pretty much driven by storage costs, natural gas prices and renewable energy prices. I think we are seeing that feasibility coming along in terms of storage there. The second one, I think if I have to really pick a technology at this point, I think the cost declines are projected to continue with lithium-ion batteries continuing to lead the market share for some time. I did mention we are technology agnostic when we did study, but at this point, I think those are the ones that are really looking at dominating the market, storage market. But however, significant R&D efforts, more like the Energy Storage Grand Challenge and long duration energy storage or Earthshot kind of investments that are happening in the US have been underway to improve many energy storage technologies and new technologies could emerge as competitors for lithium-ion batteries in the near future, particularly for long duration applications is one thing that we are looking at. Stakeholders will certainly benefit from considering future opportunities for emerging technologies for the next generation of the existing technologies. Things like also closed loop pumped storage, hydropower might be also a good one when it comes to long duration energy storage technologies. The third one is actually looking at ability of storage to provide firm capacity. I think this is where it shines at this point. You can get the maximum out of storage if you really use it for firming the capacity. The example here actually shows 75% of its full potential can be provided for firming the capacity. I think this value along with storage deployment depends on appropriately valuing and compensating storage. I think that's one thing that I mentioned originally, but that's key, which certainly relies on regulatory constructs, market rules that reflect the ability of storage to provide firm capacity with increasing deployment of storage and renewable penetration for the role that storage is playing in this case for that matter. The other one which I would point out is comparing that with the other technologies like demand response, other flexibility that's looking at the traditional flexibilities, as you can see for system operations are on the far left, whereas the storage is blue, the electrochemical storage is actually highlighted right there, but the costs of the storage are really showing, the declining costs of the storage have changed the mechanisms or paradigms, so it's good to really compare what comes out of storage, along with demand response and other things. And there is a lot more feasibility in terms of what flexibility storage can offer for the power sector, at least cost, leveraging a variety of flexible resources, some of which may be lowest cost than energy storage, but comparing these and really making sure the right things are valued is important when it comes to the next level of learning here. This one, I know my earlier panelists showed this. One critical key takeaway here is as the deployment of renewables really increase, you can actually see the the California example where the peak really narrowing down. So the 4-hour storage doesn't make sense, but there is still value in diurnal storage to really shift that particular peak, the narrow peak, which happens once a day. So I think there is a good opportunity to use storage to reduce the durations, and the existing technologies plays very well to really reduce those peaks because it's not long duration, but it's so narrow. Again, I'll be probably contradicting this with my next key learning because this is based on existing load mix. But new electrification, moving of heating onto electrification, other electrification technologies, and cost reduction might not really prove that feasible. You might have different load curves where we have to look at other opportunities for storage. Things like backup power, again, this is more a distributed example, but if you can value backup power at higher rates depending upon the resilience needs, I think especially for building and other loads, I think leveraging storage will make it more feasible. So my point is, the existing mix might not show that but in future mix, you need to really look at other opportunities to value storage to make it more feasible going forward. Looks like I'm out of my time here, but I would like to really conclude with my last two key learnings. The seventh one is really looking at what the trend is. With the increasing deployment, we actually see a lot more opportunities and durations for what I'm calling the long duration storage. And this is reflecting back to my earlier comment, the changing the load mix and more electrification actually will drive the need for the need in long duration storage as we go forward. And again, we talked about the 1 hour long duration, and in the seasonal one, right, as you get to the 100% clean energy goals, you can actually see a yearly curve there where you see a lot bigger role for storage in the shoulder months for most of the time. And there is actually very good parts of firming of the grid that is actually played by storage. So storage actually plays a bigger role when it comes to long duration when we are really trying to meet those 100% clean energy goals. With that, I'll stop here and look for any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Murali, and thanks, Colton and John, too. So we are going to kind of get to a panel discussion, and again, like other panels, do be putting in your questions, and we'll get to those. I have a couple for the panelists first, and maybe start with Colton. We heard from John and Murali a little bit more about the particular aspects around where the role of energy storage might be and the value of energy storage. You guys are starting to redeploy storage right now, and certainly study it in your integrated grid planning process. What are the roles you're seeing that are kind of popping up? What are the things that you're challenged with in terms of making sure storage can play those roles and test it, demonstrate it, those types of things?
Yeah, short answer is a lot. We see a number of different roles for storage on our grids. In our integrated grid plan, time after time, looking at different scenarios, the more we can add inverter-based generation on a system and run the grid stably and reliably, the lower we can deliver reliable energy to our customers, right, at a lower cost. So that's really key for us, right, to keep costs reasonable. And so we've been really pushing our analysis to find ways to have inverter-based generation, including storage, to provide as much grid services and fulfill as many of the services and a greater percent of it as much as possible, and reduce the amount of times that we need to run more expensive, firm, renewable machines. Great resources, familiar with it, very robust, but they're pricey. And so we want to try and get as much of the grid services that we need. And so that's really has driven us to study in great detail. I think we might be the first to do a total system-wide electromagnetic testing and analysis and modeling of our system, so that we can define the right inverter characteristics, right? So grid forming inverters is now a standard requirement on all of our grid scale inverter-based generation, whether it's bare solar or solar paired with storage, or standalone storage, right? We're requiring it from all of it. They all have requirements to meet that so that we can count on those resources when they're working together with grid following resources to provide greater stability and resilience of the system during system disturbances. And that's really critical for our small island grids. And that, with that grid forming capability, requires certain characteristics of the storage so that the storage behind an inverter can provide the necessary response on the DC side that the inverter needs. And then for the right kind of dispatch, we have, high-speed communications to those resources so that they can be seen, monitored, and ultimately dispatched very nimbly by our energy management system. And the more we can do that, the more we can really take advantage of the inherently fast response characteristics of storage with grid forming inverters to make up for the loss of inertia that our system or small island systems will invariably lose over time.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Colton. John, do you have anything else to add on the grid forming capability type discussion, inverter-based role there?
Yeah, so what I would say is on the flexibility side, Colton mentioned something really important, which is about some of the flexibility some of the other resources have been providing for quite some time. Coal is off the table, but gas has really been providing that kind of flexible service, being the dance partner for wind and solar. But the gas system was in North America largely was not really designed to be this supporting flexible service to the gas generators. It was largely in North America built for residential heating. And so in the wintertime in North America, we're having significant challenges in providing that flexibility to gas generators. And so without gas generation providing that flexibility, we're really out of choices. And so storage and the flexibility that batteries and hydro and even hydro can provide are really the really important things going forward, as we're going to be having to have much larger peaks and valleys to be flexible around.
Thanks, Sean.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, I think the panelists certainly talked about it, right? As we get to that 100%, right, having more flexibility is important. Traditional methods will not get us there. Things like grid forming inverters are key when it comes to really providing operational flexibility at the time when it's needed. So I would certainly reiterate that for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. So I'm going to look at some of the questions here that we're getting in. There's a few of them here that are kind of coming up to the top, and one of them, and again maybe I might start, Colton, with you on this a little bit, is around the operating reserve requirements and how that's changing as we look at high solar penetrations. I know we've actually been doing work here in the region with GCCIA. We're also done work with you all looking at how to assess the need for increased operating reserves and then include that in some of the planning studies. How much is that impacting, say, some of the decisions you're making? How much is impacting on how you're likely to use storage and other flexibility resources?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we, for a couple of years, operate our grids with a dynamic reserve requirement. And so the reserves that we carry on every island is the only resource that we have to quickly respond to a mismatch between generation and demand. Right, because we can't rely on interconnections to help with that transition. But on isolated grids, reserves can also be a detriment to you, because the more reserves you carry, the less space you have on your system to deal with behind the meter resources, for example, where in systems like ours, where you have so much distributed generation, maintaining stability to maintain stability on your system and operate in a safe space, you need to make sure that you have sufficient load to take on all of the uncontrolled generation that's coming from a distributed resource. So we've moved to a dynamic reserve requirement so that we're carrying the right amount based upon the generators that are operating at the time. In the past, it's easy because you can set the set point for every generator, but in a system with a lot of wind and solar, you can't tell that solar plant how high to go or that wind plant how high to go. You're somewhat at the mercy of what they're putting out in time. And so we set our reserves based upon current levels and forecasted levels for both solar and wind. That's helped us a lot. And that in turn has become an important factor as we plan our systems into the future. Because knowing how you're going to carry reserves and your operating philosophy and practice for that, that'll actually define all of the grid services that you're going to need for your system to serve a load reliably in the future. And that will ultimately impact the resources that you select and in this particular topic, how much storage you actually need to add to your system and no more than what you actually need.
Thanks, Colton. So one of the other questions coming in here is around some of the long duration and storage and hydrogen particularly, and maybe Morale, we can start with you. Do you see hydrogen playing that role in long duration storage, and what are the challenges that might have to be overcome if that's the case?
Yeah, I think green hydrogen and some of these technologies certainly will break even when we get to, sorry, I'm just going back to that higher percent renewables, because we have done studies like LA100 and now PR100 and worked with other studies where we looked at hydrogen playing a bigger role when we get to that 80 to 90% penetration of renewables, and that's where we see really the role of hydrogen and other long duration energy storage playing when it comes to the mix of energy that we're looking at. Yeah. And I'm sure maybe Colton might have similar example, because I've seen some hydrogen in his IRP mix too. So yeah. Yeah.
Colton, where do you see the long duration storage and hydrogen in particular? Is that something that's showing up for you?
Yeah, so as hard as it may be to believe, Hawaii actually has seasons, and we do have seasonal effects. We've seen it historically. It's statistically significant on our system. So there are periods of the year where solar and wind production is significantly lower than other times of the year. And when you couple that seasonal effect with the fact that we have very limited land available to produce renewable energy, storage that can shift excess energy produced in one time of the year, say the summer, to January through March, where both wind and solar production is historically lower, can allow us to meet all of our needs, right? Serve all of our customers in a reliable fashion with less resources being built. And so for us, that's one really important role for long duration storage for us. To date, all of our storage that we have and are adding in the near term are lithium based, nominally around 4 hours of storage, which really helps us just for an intraday need. But that seasonal need is something that we're going to need at some point.
Thanks, Colton. And I know it's getting late there in Hawaii, and it's already late in Atlanta, John. So I might try and finish up here in the next minute or two. Maybe take one last question. And this one actually, John, maybe we'll start with you. It's to you, but I think others may have thoughts on it as well around the grid stability issues as we reduce the inertia on the system and system strength issues. I know NERC have been looking at that quite a bit. Any thoughts or recommendations for folks here as we're looking at that from North America, and Colton will come to you for Hawaii and Morale for any of the NREL studies. But John, maybe start with you. Any kind of key lessons that you've been seeing and things that lessons learned to take into account?
Well, here's the one thing, because we talked a little bit about stability already, and incredibly important. But let's talk about when we don't have stability and we actually do have an outage, right? It's something that we have to be prepared of having a blackout. And so given a new resource mix, we got to be prepared for black star capability. And storage can really provide some initial benefits for that initial startup power supply for other synchronous generators or to help re-energize the transmission system. And so I'd like to give a shout out for BES storage, bulk storage, to be a potential black star resource that can really help providing other generators support. And you really need the grid forming inverters to do that.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Sean. Colton, any other thoughts on stability and storage there?
Yeah, so coming from very small electric systems, we never had a lot of inertia, right, to begin with. And so resources that are, very nimble, can respond very quickly has always been part of our portfolio, and will be, right? But in the future, starting with today, more of that we're going to be relying on storage to provide that, versus in the past where we typically relied on a bunch of CTs or quick start reciprocating engines. So that's a piece that I think is perhaps a little bit more obvious. But one area where we're really counting on storage to help keep our grid stable, even more stable than it has been with traditional resources, is to rely on the very quick, much quicker than any rotating machine can be quick, fast frequency response of storage. So I think in the next week or so, if all things go according to plan, we're going to be starting up a standalone 185 megawatt storage system on our island here in Oahu. That's about 15% of our peak load. So that's huge for us. A good portion of it, 50 megawatts of that facility, is reserved for storage to provide fast frequency response in our grid. And this is more than just setting a very steep, aggressive droop setting. This is the ability to respond very, very quickly to changes in frequency, to deal with a loss of one of our generators, another generator on our system, and keep the system much closer to 60 hertz, which is our operating frequency. Keep it much closer to 60 hertz, much faster than it would be if we were operating with just synchronous machines. And the earlier we can get back to 60, the more stable the system will be, especially when you have a system that's, doesn't have the kinds of inertia that you like to have.
Thanks, Colin.
Yeah, one thing I would add, I'll say two things. The first thing is stacking services of storage will be key as we go up there. When I said stacking, we are probably looking at time sharing or capacity stacking of different resources so that we reserve it for stability needs versus peak shaving or other needs. That will be key because you'll have multiple uses of storage, and how do you really value those separately will be important when we get to those higher levels and using it for stability needs. The second thing I would say is, I know Colton had a very great slide talking about modeling, integrated iterative modeling. When we really size these for different applications, having a continuous integrated modeling or iterative modeling all the way from capacity expansion, resource adequacy down to distribution, also EMTP level kind of simulations will be important because we are talking about a completely different mix of resources and assets really providing the traditional needs of the system, and we need to see how storage can better play in all those areas as we speak. So I know it's on the planning side, but certainly looking through not just one or two, but all possible options of conservative modeling will be important when it comes to storage. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So I think that's a good place to end the panel here. I know we're going to go into a break here. So I do appreciate Colton and John, you guys getting on late in the evening. Hopefully it's okay if there's a lot of questions that I think are unanswered. Hopefully it's okay if maybe we can send them on to you and connect the folks here that are asking the questions. Mm-hmm. They won't get a chance to meet you in the break, but do catch Morali or myself in the break as well. Mm-hmm. And we'll thank all the speakers, and we'll head back to the post. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Tohi, for moderating this session, and for our panelists for their presentations, and for shedding light on maintaining reliability while embracing renewable energy. I would like to ask His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Sheikh, Chief Network Officer, to come on stage to do the honoring. thank you once again to our panelists and our moderator for the past session. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you to take a very brief break to recharge yourselves before we dive into the next session. We'll see you back in the hall in around 10 more or 15 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join us back at the conference room as we will be starting the next session shortly.
Everyone, there's a
Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request you to be seated as we will be starting our next session very shortly.
There's some easier ways to do that.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next session is titled Energy Storage Technologies, and we will be delving into various energy storage technologies suitable for the MENA region. Dr. Andrew Maxson, Senior Program Manager at EPRI, will be moderating this session as our panelists will be representing various companies. Our panelists list include of Massimiliano Massi, General Manager at Magaldi, Stuart Nelmus, Engineering Team Leader, Highview Power, Yashwant Mahadevan, Sales Manager, EOS, Paul Smith, Vice President and Sales at Energy Dome. I will leave the stage to you. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a picture of me 25 years ago, so good to see. Okay. I'm excited because we're finally going to talk about energy storage technologies. Lots of very important presentations over the last day and a half, but these are 4 of the leading developers in the world on actual energy storage technologies. So very exciting stuff. I'm going to open it up by doing something which typically you're not supposed to do, which is to contradict your CEO, Dr. Mansour. We're actually tracking over 250 energy storage technologies. There are so many players in this space right now in the 4 intrinsic types of energy storage: electrochemical or battery. And batteries aren't the only way to do energy storage, so I was very enthused to hear Jens and some others today talk about other types of energy storage. Thermal energy storage, mechanical, and chemical. So there are a lot of players. Why? Well, first of all is the need, and we've talked about that over the last day and a half. I would say petawatt hours is what's going to be needed for energy storage in some models across the globe, and terawatt hours in this region. So the need is just dramatic, and then it's drawn a lot of players to that need. The other reason is that there's a wide range of use cases, and these technologies all could play different roles. But the main thing is that there are 2 incumbent energy storage technologies right now that are mature and commercial. Pumped hydro, which is far and away the #1 energy storage, 95% globally of energy storage, and lithium-ion batteries, which is the fastest growing technology for energy storage. Both of these technologies have some challenges. Pumped hydro is situationally dependent. You have to have the right geography and potentially geology. It's also often a regulatory and permitting challenge, which can add risk and cost to a project. For lithium-ion batteries, we've heard yesterday that there are some safety issues, there are some potential lifetime issues, some replacement of cells. But for lithium-ion batteries, many people have calculated, including EPRI, that for longer durations, which will be required as you get more and more wind and solar online, they're just not going to be cost competitive beyond the maybe 6 to 8 hour range. So these technologies that are up here are all trying to either fill a unique use cases. There's not going to be one size fits all. You're going to have lots of energy storage arrows in your quiver, just as in the current generation portfolio, you just don't have one generator. You have a wide range of generators for different use cases. And they're all trying to either be safer, longer life, and or more cost competitive, particularly longer durations than lithium-ion batteries and pumped hydro. So I'm very pleased to have 4 distinguished panels here with 4 technologies that are leading technologies in this space. We have Magaldi here with Max, Magaldi has a thermal energy storage that uses sand. We have Yash, who's from EOS, which has a different type of electrochemical solution, a zinc hybrid system. Highview with Stuart, that has a mechanical system, liquid air energy storage. And Paul from Energy Dome, which is another mechanical system that uses CO2 as a working fluid. So very diverse technologies, all kind of fitting into that, what I would call mid-duration space of 8, maybe out to 24 hours, which is the next market for energy storage as you get more and more solar and wind penetration. So we're going to do 10 minutes of presentations for each of these folks. After each presentation, we're going to have a couple minutes of questions. So go ahead and use your online system to post your questions. And so we'll take a couple minutes of questions just to keep the engagement going after each. And then after all four are done, if there's time, we'll do a panel session, and I'll try and impersonate Oprah and sit over in the corner over there. And we'll ask some more general questions around longer duration energy storage. Okay? All right. Max, you ready to go?
Ready.
All right. Here we go.
Thank you. Good morning. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting Magaldi to this very interesting event. If we can switch to my presentation, we can go into details of our technology. Well, first of all, I would like to credit Dr. Mansour for this canyon curve that was disseminated on LinkedIn a couple of weeks ago. A lot of reactions, a lot of interest on this concept. I remember that probably the first chart about the duck curve was again in California in 2013. It was much higher. Then we have the 2018 duck curve, and it's a normal duck curve that occurred 5 years ago. Now we see the canyon curve concept is touching zero in terms of net demand. We don't need artificial intelligence to predict that in 2-3 years, probably that belly or that dip of the canyon curve will be negative. Meaning that, of course, this is a big headache for a transmission system operator. We know this. We were waiting for this because renewable penetration is something that we are expecting since a while. But there is also a huge opportunity because that belly of the duck or of the canyon curve represents very low prices for electricity because there will be an incredible amount of waste electricity, curtailments, spilling, as we were saying, that will trigger eventually the competition between all the different storage technologies. So there will be a space in which all different technologies, different technology providers will compete. Probably will collaborate also because probably there is no the holy grail for storage, as we mentioned in previous events. But this will be something that will be the playground for the next 10, 20 years. In our case, Magaldi, we are thermal storage technology, and let me just give you 1 minute of history. So Magaldi is a company with 100 years of history. It's the worldwide leader for material handling conveyors. So we have experience in handling high temperature, harsh industrial systems. We deployed the first concentrated solar thermal plant in Sicily 7 years ago. And the innovation was that the receiver was not founded on molten salt, that is the traditional technology. I would say it was the traditional technology, but it's full of silica sand. So we use sand, ordinary sand, to collect the heat and then release steam or electricity. And that was the first experience. Then we decided to move into thermal storage, so basically decoupling the sun from the thermal storage. So in that system that you see there, in that green tank, we have sand, electrical resistors, so we are capturing electricity from the grid, from renewables dedicated, and through the Joule effect, we are transforming electricity into heat with very high efficiency, well above 95%, and having green heat. So of course, if you need to decarbonize, we always talk about electrification, but if you want to decarbonize also industrial heat processes, you need this kind of solutions, thermal storage. So that's again a complement of the traditional lithium-ion concept. I'm not going into details, but according to ERINA and EPRI, sand is probably the best medium to collect heat, because in terms of scalability, storage periods, and potential vectors, so combining heat and also chilled water, for instance, you can create a beautiful solution for storage. EPRI put, this is a 3 years ago benchmark provided by EPRI, a red flag on efficiency and on maturity. Of course, if you want to reconvert heat into electricity, you need to apply the power block efficiency that is around 25–30%. So for sure it's not the best heat, the best efficiency you can achieve. And in terms of maturity, in 2–3 years from when this benchmark was produced, there were huge progress. So I would say now it's a green also the maturity stage. So we talk about, this morning we heard about the space, the footprint. We are able, with different size of this tank, to basically store energy in 40 square meters, so very, very small, say, footage. We have 12–13 thermal megawatt hour that we can store. If we go to 500 tons of sand inside this tank, we can basically store 50–60 megawatt hour. So it's quite remarkable, because if you think that you can combine all these tanks in serial and in parallel, in less than 1 hectare, so let's say a football pitch, you can have 1 gigawatt hour thermal storage. And this is very important, because we know that in different parts of the world, the availability of land is a real constraint. ESG, we use sand and steel, so it's after 25–30 years of operations, this is fully recyclable equipment. Molten salt, everybody, we know about molten salts. They operate between 250 and 550–60 degrees. Then they consolidate. So molten salts era is probably finished. Sand can go from 0 to 1,000, from 1,000 to 0 overnight without any problem, and you can use the same sand for 20–25 years. So it's a beautiful material that we have available everywhere in the world. It's in 7–8 hours you can fully charge the equipment. So you take the electricity from the solar, and then you can discharge overnight. You can activate the process, the fluidized sand bed, in less than 2 minutes. So basically you are able also to cope with grid congestion. You can provide ancillary services. And the daily thermal losses are below 1.5%. So it's very, I'm not saying for seasonal storage, but you can keep the heat for weeks. There are different combinations. Let's say that we are able to release heat from 100 to 400 degrees. It's ready, we are ready. So wherever you need to decarbonize any kind of industrial processes, for instance, replacing gas, oil, diesel boilers, you can do it easily. Of course, in the future, the hard to abate will go when we move above 400 degrees, that part of the industry, and then you will be able to combine also applications for power plants, turbines recovery, and cogen applications. So this will be the next frontier in moving to higher temperatures. But we are ready now for the current 100, 400 applications. Cost, we mentioned how important cost is. But let's consider here the region. We know there are projects around $15–20 per megawatt hour, of course, large projects. So if we combine, we want to calculate the cost of these green heats, we need to beat the cost of fossil fuels. Of course, we shouldn't consider subsidies or, say, particular regimes that are applied. But if we sum up the cost of the charge, renewable charge, and the cost of the levelized cost of storage, in our case is currently $35–40 per megawatt hour, you have something around $60 per megawatt hour. So this is heat, it's not electricity, of course. If you want to reconvert electricity, you should apply the 30% efficiency that I was mentioning. But considering that in the future, probably curtailed energy will be for free, even negative prices, so that 2025 will move towards zero. For sure, there will be scale-ups that will reduce our $35–40. If you multiply by 3 the cost to get to electricity, it will be very competitive. So this sand, simple sand material can provide a lot of beautiful applications for the future, for not only heat, but also electricity. We work for through partnerships. So, of course, we are happy to sell equipment, but we signed last month an agreement with Enel, so the largest Italian utility, but one of the most relevant utility and renewable player in the world, to decarbonize industrial heat processes. And yesterday we signed an agreement to produce the first energy storage hub in Italy. And you are very welcome to come and visit us in the south of Italy to see the prototype that is up and running in Salerno. Zero. I got it, Andrew.
Incredible. Right on time. So again, please use the app if you have questions. I don't see any in there, but now's your opportunity to type some out. While we're waiting for those, my question for you, Max, is do you see your first market being in heating applications or power applications, and how soon before you move into both?
So for heating, we are ready. We are approaching, let's say, decarbonization or electrification of in power and pulp business, food processing business, so temperatures around 220 to 250 degrees. For electricity, I'm quite sure that when we'll combine with some other technology provider, turbine providers, in 3-5 years, we will be able also to produce electricity. Because again, when you have zero cost of charge and a decreased cost of storage, this recovery makes a lot of sense of green electricity.
Okay. Let me check. So another question while I'm checking is, for power applications, like most thermal energy storage systems, how are you going to integrate your heat into an actual power cycle? Because you're going to have to use an existing infrastructure or a new infrastructure for that, yes?
Yes, we are studying this. We are studying this with some utilities. Of course, we know that utility players are quite risk adverse, so they need some time to get the full validation of the technology. But we are studying also these cogen applications, basically to recover and use green heat for boosting turbines or recovering excess of electricity that comes out of the power plant. So there are a number of applications that can be studied and applied all over the world.
Excellent. So if you have any other questions for Max, we're going to have a Q&A at the end, so please take some time to type those out, and we'll hit those at the end. So for now, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You can applaud. And go on to the next slide. I think you're up, Yash, yes? Great.
Yeah, thank you, one and all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having me here, and EPRI and GCCIA for giving me this opportunity. I'm Meshwant. I'm the regional market leader for EOS Energy Storage, which is a zinc-based battery OEM headquartered in US. So what do we do? So we are founded way back in 2008, and we as a company have gone through the entire journey of being an R&D company, then getting into a technology which is going to be into pilot, and now recently we are in the commercial phase. We started our commercial journey from 2021. Our company is listed in NASDAQ, and we are close to 300 plus team members, having our manufacturing facility in Pittsburgh and scaling towards a gigawatt hour of manufacturing facility. What's unique about our technology is our battery is a static battery, pretty similar to the lithium ion, but the chemistry is based on zinc and bromine as an electrolyte. So ideally you would see this chemistry in flow batteries, but what we have done is we have converted the flow, we have taken the advantages of flow and then made it as a static battery so that the modularity is going to be easier. And the other advantage is what we did is we kind of eliminated the pumps and membranes, which are usually capital intensive in a flow battery system, and made it as a static one so that you are able to scalable in terms of these technology. And while we kind of looked at various aspects, we were pretty careful in terms of choosing what components or commodities build our batteries. And we kind of chose zinc and bromine to be our electrolyte. We have conductive plastics, titanium to be our anode. Then we have graphite felts, which are going to be our cathode. So what does this do is we have a supply chain which is kind of abundantly available. And today, if you want to kind of deploy a manufacturing facility in somewhere in GCC, we could do that with the local kind of sourcing. And the other important aspect is our batteries are basically meant for energy shifting applications. So we don't concentrate anywhere in the power applications. I think we have spoken a lot about where the batteries could be utilized, but our batteries is predominantly to shift energy from one point of time to the another point of time. And having that, we would be able to operate anywhere between, say, 4 to 12 hours. That's the kind of a region, and I would say a sweet spot between, say, 6 to 10 hours is the sweet spot. The other uniqueness of our technology is we are non-flammable, again because of the fact that we use commodities which don't catch fire. It's fully recyclable, and it could be manufactured to scale. It takes 9 months to set up the project. One important aspect is, while we have been listening to presentations, we talked about circular economy in some of these sessions earlier. The aspect is just not about producing it using abundantly available raw materials, but what we believe is in terms of manufacturing, how do we utilize low amount of energy as well as water in our consumption when compared to the other technologies which is there. And importantly, during the operation maintenance. During operations, we don't require any fire suppression systems. That's because the way it built with the battery is built, we don't require any water during the lifetime, and we don't require any cooling system. So the cooling system itself would be a lot of saving. Imagine a hot environment like what we see in this part of the world, and you don't need a cooling system, which means you would be saving a lot of cost in terms of auxiliary systems and the auxiliary power. And on top of that, we already have a fully recyclable system, which is what during the end of life, and I would come to what this life is about, but you could generally recycle this. There is no special need of recycling which is there, like what you could see in the lithium side, but all the traditional recycling as on date what you have could be utilized for our manufacturing the batteries. So what do we sell as a product? While we talked about our chemistry and the components which are involved, what we sell of our product is this system. This is a 40-foot, you could compare it as a 40-foot container system, and we call it as an energy cubes. So ideally, how is this energy cube being made? It's made of battery modules, which is basically a tub design as to what we call. So very, very simple design. If you had looked at a lead acid battery, it's the same kind of a tub where you pour the electrolyte, you insert your electrode, and then fill it up with the top of the lid. And this is the most simplest manufacturing process what you could see. And these modules are then put up into an energy cube, which would roughly be anywhere between 500 kilowatt hour to 600 to 700 kilowatt hour. And all these things are put up into energy cubes to make it as a stack solution, basically. So this is an end product what we sell to our customers. So we don't sell the modules alone. We package it as a DC block, which is wired, BMS integrated, battery management system integrated, and all the wiring done. And then you can just connect it to the marshalling box, which is at the center, to your PCS. Interestingly, over the last 6 months or so, we have been kind of getting a lot of inquiries from a safety angle to look at indoor solutions, basically, because obviously you cannot have hazardous batteries being put up in the indoor and the basement. So this is something which we are kind of at a conceptual stage. We are completed the design, and this is our totes, basically. So totes is ideally designed for all the indoor application, could be utilized in outdoor where you build a fabricated structure, but this is something which we should be ready by end of this year. And as you could see, the density drastically improves by more than double from say 2 kilowatt hour per square foot to 4.4 kilowatt hour per output. In terms of certification, as I said, we have all the certification through the UL 1945A, 1973. We are getting ready for the CE mark, which should be ready by Q4 of this year, and we are already NFPA compliant. So we have gone through rigorous testing in our testing lab as well as in the UL testing. During our testing, which usually calls about 2.5 nail penetration tests. Usually you see a lot of explosion, but in our case, because we are a non-flammable chemistry, nothing happened, no fire, no explosion. So it's just that some steam gas kind of released, and it's part and parcel of the chemistry. Apart from that, we do have a third-party validation from a bankability point of view. We are commercially deployed our system of 80 megawatt hour in a project called Eastover in US. So that's the largest operating project of ours, and totally at around say 100 megawatt hour commercially operating from our side. And from a sustainability point of view or a bankability point of view, we do have reports being validated by Boundless as well as DNV. Important milestone which we reached recently is we did 1 gigawatt hour of total energy discharge in the field, and this happened, 70% happened during Q1 of 2023, which means it's an interesting sign for us because last year, if you had looked at the same time, most of our energy dispatched was through FATs and through the test labs, what we kind of had. Today, we are kind of in a situation where our systems are on ground and it is feeding the grid in terms of when the energy is required, and we have reached a gigawatt hour. So it's a proud moment for us, and it's actually kind of close to 140K homes which you could power for 4 hours. A little bit on our manufacturing facility. We have a full-scale manufacturing facility in Turtle Creek that's located in Pittsburgh. What you see towards the right-hand side are the new model Z3, which is getting manufactured. Again, as I said, very, very simple design. You have a tub, basically, which is what you could see over here. And these tubs are being filled with an electrolyte, and then there is a lid which is being placed. So it's a 3-step manufacturing process. Today, we are doing this on a manual, and we'll be translating this into a semi-automated system by end of this year, which means time for producing this module is going to reduce drastically. We are talking about close to from 1 hour to 30 minutes to even 15 minutes. And when it's fully automated, it's going to be 1 minute every module is going to be produced. So exciting times for us in terms of our scale-up journey. And we do kind of understand what a company needs to kind of transition from a pilot phase to a commercial phase. And that's what we have been doing for the last 14, 15 years now, and the last 2 years specifically in the commercial side. So to sum up, it's a 20-year product. You don't need to augment or anything as you go on a cycle-by-cycle basis. Wide operating temperatures, we do have minus 20 to 50 degrees, ideally suited for these kind of regions. Full depth of discharge, you can utilize the complete nature of the battery, so you don't need to oversize to that extent. We spoke about the UL certification and no HVAC requirement and 100% safe. So all in all, I would say it's a viable alternate from the lithium ion, and especially when you talk about 4 to 12 hours discharge duration. Thank you.
Thanks, Yash. We have time for some questions. Now that I know how to use the system and I'm refreshing, so I know what I'm doing now, there's still, so please ask questions. This is your opportunity to engage with these developers. So a question for you while we're waiting for some online. So what is the lifetime of your technology? What's the degradation rate over time? And then once it's reached its lifetime, do you have to dispose of it? Can you reuse it? So what's your plans in that?
Yeah. So the life is, I would say, since we offer it as a system to our end customers, the life is typically what we quote is 20 years. The chemistry is kind of, doesn't have an end of life technically, because once the working period is established, the chemistry by itself can go. Where we are limited is more from an electronics point of view or from a mechanical component point of view. The racks and everything is kind of designed for a 20 to 25 year kind of a duration. So how does our energy dispatch kind of look? So when you start our batteries on day 0 at 100%, say state of health, on I would say end of 25th year, you would be somewhere at 88%, 87 to 87%. So it's a 13% degradation over life of say 25 years. and it kind of ideally suits any use case or any application or any PPAs, which is for a longer term, basically. And that's where you don't need to augment the system every 10 years or every 7 years. You could utilize it on a multiple way, what you kind of have. And what happens beyond 25 years, it's kind of, we have recycled our generation 1 batteries already in the US. It's a simple, same recycling process which is kind of evolved for the zinc, and the titanium plates could be utilized for our own system. So there is nothing new system which needs to be developed or processes which needs to be developed for us.
Great, thank you. So some questions online. So what's your round trip efficiency, and what's your maintenance costs and maintenance cycles and rate?
Yeah. So our round trip efficiency is typically in the range of 75% to 78%. This is on the DC side. But more and more we have been seeing that this is not a cause of a concern because we have a very low auxiliary consumption because of no need of a HVAC being there. So ideally, the way at which I see is net of net, we have an auxiliary consumption of 2 to 3%, maximum being 3% in high temperature environment. So we kind of save a lot on this auxiliary cost. So when you do an analysis which talks about your charging cost, which is essentially the RTE impact and the NPV cost of the auxiliary, we do see somewhere close to around, say, 20% reduction on a 20-year period when you compare it to other commercially available technologies today.
Great. There's some other questions, but I think we'll hit them up in the session at the end.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think you're next, Stuart. Great job.
Right. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to talk. I'm the engineering director at Highview. At first, I thought I'd talk a bit about the company and the journey we've been on, similar to some of my fellow presenters. We've been on the journey right from the start of initial concept, developing that of the technology, developing it through academic institutes back in 2005. So that's nearly 2 decades ago. Drawing on, I think, some of the points in previous sessions that certainly resonated with me around the upskilling and the way of we need to unlearn and then relearn. This is something that Highview as a company has gone through. I think on that stage, it's, we've seen a market that's opinion and idea of what storage is and what its value proposition has changed massively and is accelerating at this point. And as a result, Highview as a company has needed to develop with it. So, in the last couple of years, we've transitioned from a more atypical technology provider to more of a solutions provider. And that's meant upskilling, that's meant bringing in procurement, bringing in engineering skills. So now we have a Dubai based engineering hub with global experience of procurement, large rotating equipment, key for this technology. We've also looked and invested heavily in understanding what the real problems of the operators are. So the careful modeling of the networks themselves, understanding where to position this, where to position the storage devices and what that storage device needs to do to maximize its value. So why are we doing this? Obviously, I won't dwell too much on this slide because everybody, I think, is on the same page. It's a perfect storm for long duration, particularly energy storage. with the global commitments for the net zero. Now, you know, years away rather than decades. Add to that, I think a lot of the markets are starting to feel the symptoms from large levels or increased levels of integration of renewables. And that's driving instabilities and the need to counteract those as the fossil-fueled generation drops off. Obviously, particularly in Europe, with the energy crisis, you know, around gas supplies, has only increased that. So to look a bit more on the technology itself, we're really a close sister to compressed air energy storage. The main thing is that we choose to go that extra mile, so to speak, and we change phase. So by doing that, we address, to a certain degree, the energy density of compressed air energy storage. So by condensing that into a much more denser fluid, the actual amount of energy that we can store per kilogram or per volume is far superior. However, the technology remains based on established, mature equipment. So like any energy storage device, you've got a means of charge, a means of store, and a means of discharge. Our means of charge is borrowed directly from the air separation industry or industrial gases sector. So we've got an air liquefier that uses a variation of a Claude cycle. So again, established pieces of kit. Our means of store is a series of tanks. So as you'd expect, our marginal cost of energy or increase in energy is very low. We have a hot thermal store, which is a molten salt store, using technology proven in the CSP industry. Our main energy store is obviously a series of cryogenic tanks, which you would see in industrial gases or LNG sectors. And then our high-grade cold store is a packed bed gravel store. So in each case, we're focusing the technology on going large scale. So this is very much a technology. It's, if you like, a locatable pumped hydro. We can go to multiples of gigawatt hours and stay within what is commonly available by, you know, the supply chain today. And then finally, the discharge side of things is a process gas expander. So typically this is a steam derivative expander, which drives a synchronous generator to supply the electricity back onto the grid. So the core technology is providing those typical services we talked about. There's a UK slant on some of these terms, but we're talking energy arbitrage. You know, we talked about system restoration or black start. Again, we're talking potential energy here, so the system is capable of providing black start and is actually actively bid at the moment into the National Grid's recent ITT on system restoration. As we are a synchronous machine, stability is something which comes natural to us. That's not just inertia. Obviously, that's reactive power as well, and short circuit levels. So our system has an embedded synchronous compensator, so to speak. We term that as a stability island. Our stability island is effectively the synchronous generator. It's loaded with a flywheel to enhance the amount of inertia that we can provide, and then it's decoupled from our main turbine. Now, the key point of that is that we can provide those stability services 24/7. So the generator stays connected with the grid, providing that inertia, providing that reactive power. And then independently, when active power is required or excess power is on the grid, so we need to charge, the main system can start, stop, store, whilst also providing that stability 24/7. It's a seamless supply. So, what are we doing? You know, we've got construction underway for our Carrington plant, which is a 50 megawatt, 300 megawatt hour plant in the UK. That, as I say, will be operational 2025. We're also working on a number of programs in Australia to support solar applications. So that's something obviously particularly relevant for this region. I talked before about the skill up. Now, you know, the approach that we've taken, and initially we're focusing on the UK grid because it's a mature grid. They're already feeling the impacts of some of these instabilities as the fossil plants are retired. But we're applying, and we've invested in the last couple of years heavily into extensive modeling, holistic modeling of the power flows on the grid to identify the sizes of both charge and discharge, but also the amount of reactive power, the amount of inertia that's required, and where to locate these devices. I talked about before that we're locatable, so that's important as to exactly where it needs to be on the grid, not just now, but for future expansion. So, in the UK, the Carrington plant plus a build out of much larger plants, so at the 2.5 gigawatt hour scale, there is actually a business case using existing mechanisms within the marketplace. So that's on a merchant basis, but as previous presenters have talked about, that now as these fossil plants come off, there's now a requirement to procure those ancillary services, so the inertia, the reactive, through other means. And in the UK, they're seeing that through the capacity market, and that's an area where we're bidding into, and that actually makes the UK projects today viable projects with a decent IRR return. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Stuart. A couple of fun, interesting questions online. The first one is, have you considered a closed loop cycle using a different working fluid like a CO2?
Which we will hear about in a second.
Right.
We have. So our reservation on that is that, so in terms of liquid air, it roughly expands 750 to 800 times. So in terms of volume, you know, as a rule of thumb, 10 tons, so 10 cubic meters is 1 megawatt hour. So we need 10,000 cubic meters for 1 gigawatt hour. If you then have to multiply that by 800, then you need some means of being able to hold that quantity of gas. So, you know, we have that means, it's the atmosphere. So we're effectively using our closed loop just uses the atmosphere. So, you know, that's our logic and our thinking on that basis.
Next question is, what is the overall efficiency of the liquefaction and the vaporization cycles?
So we're AC to AC. It depends on the configuration to a certain extent. But AC to AC, we're 50-60% efficient. So top end 60. You know, when we're loaded with the flywheel, etc., and the flexibility, then we're more towards 50%.
Well, one other thing, because we've done this research with you, which I think could be very applicable in this area, particularly if people are going to gas, using gas turbines as hydrogen, you can also use your system integrated to do air cooling going into combined cycles.
Yeah, so we very much see this, this technology is, you know, it's highly configurable. And that's why, to a certain extent, we've, you know, I was saying about upskilling, that we've brought the modeling in-house so that we can actually, you know, run through what is the best solution, how we can add value to the customer, whether that's the utility or the operator. Rather than expect them to do that and understand our tech, we just understand what their problems are. In general, our proposition is, in the first place, a standalone, because that adds flexibility. As we can take advantage, and we are, with one of our licensees, exploring LNG import terminal hookups, so where we're using the regasification process to offset some of the liquefaction energy, and that gives you an improvement. Obviously, what it also does is ties you to an operation of another facility. So, you know, again, understanding where it needs to be on the grid and exactly where you're adding value is so important. So, yes, we can do it. Our standard proposition is a standalone, but, you know, we can use heat and cold because it's a thermal process.
Great. Thank you, Stuart. Really great. Thank you. Thank you. Paul, everyone stayed on time, so keep the train moving.
Okay, here we go. So, yeah, hi from me, I'm Paul Smith. I'm from...
I don't think your microphone's on.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. We're good now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks. So, hi from me, I'm Paul Smith. I'm from Energy Dome. We're an Italian company, technology company, only 3 years old, and we're moving very fast. We're moving very fast because we come with a tremendous amount of technical know-how, which originates with the founders of the company, who worked for many years in organic Rankine cycle technology. That's thermal, a way of recovering low enthalpy waste heat. Using different kinds of working fluids in thermodynamic cycles. So they were always thinking about how they could design a process to suit a particular application. And that's exactly where CO2 came from as the origin of our product that we have today, the CO2 battery. So I'll address the elephant in the room, which is actually our dome, because it's big. So we do indeed have a single compromise, basically, on our technology, which otherwise is best in class on the two key parameters. And the two key parameters, as you know, are CapEx and round-trip efficiency. So it varies, the balance. It depends on your charging cost, but we're basically half the cost of lithium right now, and we are best-in-class efficiency. We're 75%, and we've got a technology roadmap to 80%. So that's where we are right now. We've demonstrated it, and I'll talk you through those steps. But the single compromise is the dome. So we have a large atmospheric gas holder. Just so happens that our founders also worked extensively in the biogas industry, and we developed a large atmospheric gas holder dome, which is where the name comes from, obviously, as the way of storing 2,500 tons of CO2 gas, albeit with a slightly larger footprint than you would need on a lithium-based energy storage plant. So, thanks for bearing with me on those few introductory words. I'll move straight into the process. So for those of you who don't already know anything about the process, what we have...
Can someone start the video back there?
Yeah. Great, thanks. So we have, what you'll see is appearing on the right-hand side of the screen, our dome, as I just described, our large dome, which is an atmospheric gas holder. It's atmospheric temperature and pressure. It's sitting there. There's an external dome. It's a PVC polyester membrane, and inside there's an internal membrane which is containing the gas. We're basically running a motor into a compressor, compressing the gas to about 40 bar, a significant temperature there, which we're storing in a thermal energy storage system. It's a very simple system, no moving parts. We condense the gas and we store the liquid CO2. So basically what we have is a pressurized system. And then, very simply, as you see here, we're reversing the flow, evaporating the gas again. The evaporation cycle is handled in a closed loop with water. And then through the thermal energy storage, heating up the CO2 into the turbine, hot, high-pressure CO2 into the turbine in exactly the same way you have hot, high-pressure steam into a steam turbine. In fact, it's exactly the same as a medium-pressure steam turbine. There's nothing in this process at all which is new, except for the basic concept. So all of the products, all of the systems in there are already in the industry, working for years, millions of hours of operation, decades of operating experience. This is what we've done in Italy, in Sardinia. We have a demonstration plant now since May last year. We've proven the basic concept. We've had that third-party validated. We work closely with Fichtner on modeling the thermodynamics and running the performance tests. And we'll shortly be hosting EPRI as well for further tests, since we've modified the steam turbine, the turbine rather. So we've had a lot of grid experience already, standard materials. As I said, there's nothing new. So that has now morphed into a standard product, which we're now commercializing. We're building our first full-scale plant already. We're going into construction next year. It's a 20 megawatt block, up to 10 hours storage. It can be 6, 8, 10, maybe even 12. Round-trip efficiency, I said already, 75%. 100% depth of discharge. No utility requirements at all. It can basically sit wherever you like, either co-located with a solar plant or a wind project, integrated into a hydrogen, green hydrogen project, or indeed located adjacent to a substation on a node on the network. We're not planning to do our own grid modeling. We understand that you know your grids pretty well. All we're doing is telling you that there's a product here now which is cost competitive and can actually support your planning work in terms of being able to perhaps delay or even modify some of the grid expansion plans that you have. 30 years lifetime as well and no degradation. So this is what a sort of 100 megawatt application would look like. It's basically 5 units side by side. There's no particular limitation on how that's arranged. It is a standard product. We're not trying to design this to customize for smaller applications. Neither are we trying to design a product for bigger applications. We're basically focusing very, very much on modularization and the scalability based on existing supply chains. So we have the ability right now with our supply chain partners, who are all tier 1 suppliers, to basically build many, many gigawatts of this around the world. Yeah, here's a few of the partners that we're working with, some familiar names. And that means basically that for those of you who are already in the lithium procurement business, you know that we've got commodity prices, difficult to get firm deliveries. We can provide firm deliveries and fixed prices right now. Plus, there's a lot of local potential scope here. So we've got a lot of carbon steel vessels. It's all carbon steel, by the way, no stainless. So there's an ability to integrate this with existing supply chains, expand existing supply chains within the region, upskill, and deliver a lot of value to the local economies. Applications, I said a few words already. What do I mean by 24/7 renewables? This would be, for example, the case of an off-taker, a data center, for example, that wants green power around the clock. So we can certainly either work with that off-taker on the demand side to provide a solution which would enable them to buy renewable power and power their facility 24/7. The product is extremely well suited to a standard solar one-axis tracker type profile. So you can take a big chunk of power that's generated in the day and just move it for the rest of the day. And we've looked at those applications. The thing to say here, I think, is that there was some discussion yesterday about what would be a sensible target, or perhaps a reasonable target for the region in terms of storage on the grid by 2030, and I think the figure was 5%. I mean, that's not a very ambitious number. I mean, what we're here to do and offering to the market here is something which is already in a position to provide renewable power on a more competitive basis than thermal power. And of course, it depends how you price gas within the markets, but fundamentally, on a real market price basis, we can now deliver renewables around the clock much more competitively than thermal power. So why shouldn't we be aiming for 10%, 20%, 50%, 100% renewables on the grid with the corresponding amount of storage as well? That's what we should be doing. If you'd like to get on that trajectory with us, because it's not going to happen, unfortunately, by technology companies coming along here and telling you what a great product we've got. All I'm saying is, let's work together. We're very happy to host you. Come and kick the tires of our technology. Ask all the difficult questions you like. We're very transparent, and we'd love to do something here, starting very soon. Thanks.
Great. Right on time. So some very interesting questions online. So what is the size of your pilot dome, the 2.5 megawatt system, in height and surface area?
So it's a good question. The demo plant has a height of about 18 meters. The full dome, just so you have a sense of the scale, it's actually about 90 meters wide. So it can be 90 to 100 meters wide. That's an optimum. It's as wide as you can go and still maintain the structural integrity of the inflatable structure. And that's 45 meters high, so at the top. And it's about 400 meters long. And that's enough to contain your CO2 for a single 200 megawatt hour unit.
And then translate that to your 20 megawatt.
I mean, imagine if you had a 1 gigawatt hour application would be 500 meters square. It would be 1/4 of a kilometer. If you have a square kilometer, you can do 1 square kilometer, you can do 400 megawatts. You can do a large-scale pumped hydro.
Okay. The next question is, how quickly can the plant ramp from 0 to full active power?
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah. So if you've got 100 megawatts, you've got 100 megawatts in 2 minutes.
Okay, so what is the construction material for both domes, and what is the thickness of the dome materials?
Yeah, the dome, you'll be very familiar with this, actually, if you've been to tennis. There's one actually down the road there's a tennis facility.
I saw it come in and I said, is that Energy Dome?
That's it. There's nothing new here. The only thing worth saying, the only thing we do need to replace during the lifetime of the system, 30 years, it's designed for 30 years, is the external dome, because that's exposed to UV radiation and it does weaken with time, so that needs replacing every 10 years. And it's thick. How thick is it? It's about the thickness of your thumb. It's pretty thick. It's not something you can just pop with a knife or a fork.
Great.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. So I had some kind of overarching questions we're going to ask you, but you can continue to put questions online. We've got another, say, 10 minutes to go. One of the main questions that I have for each of you to answer is, how does your technology fit into this particular region, GCC and the Middle East overall? and how is it a good fit for the particulars of this region, which has its own intricacies. So, you want to start, Max?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's easy for the sand, I guess. On the other hand, this region is providing probably the largest renewable project in the world. Of course, UAE, Saudi, Oman. So it will be the perfect natural place to deploy thermal storage based on sand. And this region is also very innovative. I mean, of course, we are an Italian company. We know in Europe, each business case should be tested at a single last euro. I mean, there is a huge, let's say, interest towards full bankability. This region, I would say there is more strategic view about decarbonization. So you need to demonstrate the technology is there, and then, of course, the business case will come. Because, I mean, this is a natural flow in this, in the energy transition. So we are very, very positive. We are very bold. We have a company based here in Dubai, also to do business development, and we are talking with a number of energy players in the region, and I'm sure there will be a strong acceleration of not only of the interest, but also the first applications here in UAE, in KSA, and in Oman soon.
Great, thank you. Paul, you want to?
Yeah, sure.
You might want to use, yeah.
So, a couple of things. One is, from the technology perspective, one of the beautiful things about the CO2 battery is that it's largely independent of ambient temperatures. So this will operate perfectly happily at 45 degrees, even up to 50 degrees, with a very small impact on round-trip efficiency, and that's extremely important, obviously. But also, I think commercially, I mean, we really have the opportunity to accelerate and achieve something significant within the next few years. We were not ready to be able to do that until recently. We just completed a fundraising round, Series B, where we got Eni, the Italian oil and gas company, and also not announced yet, but we're incredibly thrilled to have one of the regional sovereign wealth funds joining us as shareholders. So we're very much hoping that that will give us some momentum and enable us to move quickly to some real first projects which will genuinely show what we can do.
Thanks. Stuart?
Yeah, just a couple of things. So on the tech side of things, obviously we're hugely configurable. So that means charge and discharge device are completely separate in sizing. If you need to charge faster, which is obviously for the solar application, and discharge at a lower rate, that's not a problem for the technology. We can also build on, so it's drawing on technologies that are widely distributed in this region already, so that knowledge base, plus obviously with our Dubai engineering hub, these units would be engineered locally using local knowledge. So, it's obviously an ideal fit from that point of view as well.
Great, thank you. And Yash?
Yeah, for me, this region requires a flexibility, specifically coming in from the batteries too. As more and more renewables penetrate into the grid, the requirement of batteries in terms of duration becomes longer, and the ability for our battery to work as a 4-hour battery in the beginning, and then say 5 years down the line, if your requirement changes where you need low power, but you need to shift a lot more energy, that's some flexibility which our battery could offer. So you need not do anything different. The same battery could be utilized anywhere between, say, 4 to 12 hours, and that's a kind of a flexibility. The second aspect, of course, is the temperature. So we don't kind of degrade with regard to temperature. So these are all high ambient temperature regions, what we are talking about. The life doesn't get affected. Maybe that cycle you could have some sort of a lower energy throughput, but eventually the life doesn't get affected over there. And importantly, from a scalability point of view, the fact that we use localized commodities to build our product for us to build a manufacturing facility anywhere over the world, and which kind of even includes this part, is going to be anywhere between, say, 9 to 12 months. That's it. So if you want to have a world-class facility which is going to be fully automated, 9 months is what it kind of takes to build a gigawatt-hour kind of a facility. So you had a quick ramp-up which is possible, which every nation which is going through the net zero roadmap wants. And of course, you have a technically very favorable product for this region.
Great, thank you. You kind of talked to the next question I was going to ask, which is, for those that are developing technologies, when are you going to be ready for commercial installations? And then once you're installing, how long does it take to deploy? So since you're already commercial, what's your typical deployment times?
So in terms of looking at our order backlog, today we have close to $500 million of order backlog. So the typical timeline is anywhere between 9 to 12 months in terms of delivery. But of course, it all depends on the size of the project and where the project is located, which could be tweaked on either side of the direction, I would say. And our factory is fully operational. I would welcome each and every one of you to visit our factory in Pittsburgh to see the activity which is happening there and to get a true sense of how the batteries are getting manufactured and shipped around the world.
Great. Stuart?
So in terms of our first commercial deployment would be our UK, so Carrington plant, which, as I said, we started construction on. That will go live in 2025. In general, obviously, it depends on scale. You know, the stability island section of our system can be put down first, so there's the potential to have a two-phase build, which is something which we're pushing forward in the UK. That has a sort of 18-month to 2-year sort of period end to end. Our larger 2.5 gigawatt plants, you know, construction type, you're more on getting towards that 2.5 to 3 year sort of period.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, quite similar. I mean, by the nature, they're quite similar. We have first commercial unit that's already proceeding, and that will be commissioned next year, towards the second half of next year. But more generally, it's basically an 18-month project cycle. The long lead item is the compressor, so that's currently 15 months. And then, yeah, the installation is very modular, very well planned out already. So it's an 18-month schedule for now. And then looking forward, it's more like 12 to 15 months. That's the sort of 2 to 3 year goal.
Great. Max?
Our current lead time is around 12 months. So the project that we have signed with NL will be deployed and operational in second part of 2024.
Great. Final question. Always the number one question, and probably the question you least like to answer, and I will allow you to couch it however you want, but what is the cost of your system? So put in whatever metrics you want. We'll start with Max, and that's the number one question online.
I declare it because I knew, so I declared it in the last slide. So it's around $35, $40 per levelized for a megawatt hour. Of course, the learning curve is proceeding very well. We are working to reduce 20-30% the cost in, let's say, 12 months. And then we target to get to 50% reduction, so get $20 between 2030.
So levelized cost of storage, $20.
Level cost of storage, okay. Between 2030, 2032.
Great, thank you. Paul?
Yeah, I can tell you straight out, if you want to sign a contract before lunch, that's fine. It's going to cost, it's around about 200 euros per kilowatt hour now for the first units. And the cost will be coming down towards 150. We already have that mapped out on a cost reduction plan based on the existing supply chain relationships we have. And then beyond that, yeah, we're very, very much pushing on the cost. We understand how important it is, and we're going to be pushing on the roadmap for the cost and the round-trip efficiency, as I said, the two key parameters.
And that's all in capital costs, correct?
That's actually your total installed cost, yeah.
Okay. Stuart?
Yeah, it's a similar story, not so much on the figures. You know, we tend to not focus on the levelized cost mainly because of the stability island aspects which are lost in that value proposition. I think all I can say is that, you know, we're driving the cost down to competitive level, and on the application we are competitive at the moment in the UK as a value proposition, and also in Australia, and a number of other markets. So, you know, whether that's you know, $100, $200, $300 per kilowatt hour, you know, we are competitive with the value proposition.
Okay, and close this down, Yash.
Yeah, for us, when you compare it to kind of lithium, which is the predominant technology, and if I look at a use case which calls for, say, a 5 hours to 6 hours discharge duration, for a life of around 20 years, we have an L cost benefit of close to around 5 to 10%, depending on how do you kind of augment the system on the other technology side. So that's the kind of the benefit what we would be able to offer. The aspect comes on a capex basis. We are comparable to lithium today on a whole DC block basis. On an OPEX is something which we are much more efficient because there is no maintenance part or HVAC which is required on a year-to-year maintenance.
Great. Well, I want to thank all four of you so much for your time. Wonderful presentations, very honest and frank. And, you know, we at EPRI see diversity in the mix that's going to be needed for energy storage. So I think there's going to be a place for all of you. So it's very exciting stuff. So thank you, everyone. Let's get a pause. There's a lot of questions online, especially they want to talk to you about cooling with sand. So find people at the break, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Maxon, and all of our panelists for your presentations and insightful discussion. I would like to ask you to remain on stage while I call out His Excellency Dr. Nasser Shahrani, Chief Operations Officer at GCCIA, to do the honoring. Thank you once again to our panelists and our moderator from the past session. In the session titled Energy Storage Deployment, moderated by Erin Meener, Program Manager at EPRI, we will gain valuable insights from experts on key objectives, requirements, and lessons learned from field-deployed systems. The panelists, including Ben Trager, Energy Strategy, the U.S. Department of Energy, Dr. Rahul Walla Walker from Customized Energy Solutions and Indian Energy Storage Alliance, And Ghanem Al-Qasim, Senior Manager, Solar Energy at DEWA, will share their experiences to support the development and execution of energy storage projects. I'll leave the stage to you,
Thanks. Really excited for this panel session. We just heard about a lot of innovative technology solutions. So now we're going to shift to deployment. How can we get to a point where utilities and operators have confidence in these as grid assets? One of the questions that we're hearing a lot for commercial lithium ion that's been installed for several years is, can I count on this system? What can we do in terms of deployment and operations in order to ensure that it will be there when we need it? And so this panel will take us on the journey to get there. How do we get there? We can do that through demonstration projects. We'll learn about how to characterize the technologies and learn how to improve the integration of the system. We will look at the full technology landscape and understand how you can apply the right technologies given their attributes to the applications and the particular site project needs. And then finally, we'll learn about real-world lessons learned from actual field deployments. So with that, I will pass it on to Ben to take us through some of his work with demonstration projects.
Fantastic. Thank you, Aaron. All right, I'm going to step over here. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ben Schrager. I'm with the U.S. Department of Energy. This has been such an exciting 2 days, learned so much myself, and so I'm just really grateful for this opportunity. So I am a storage strategy engineer with the Energy Storage Division of the Department of Energy. So I'll talk a little bit about demonstrations, how we view demonstrations at the U.S. DOE, and sort of how that makes for a framework to think about broader demonstrations going forward. So we can go on to the next slide. Actually, do I have the clicker? Is this the clicker? Ooh. I have the clicker. All right, so in the Office of Electricity, what are we? We are, well, I can say what we're not. We're not regulators, we're not policymakers, we're not operators. In OE, the Office of Electricity, we are interested in enabling the next generation of grid technologies. So we're interested in everything from transmission, distribution, energy storage, and we do that by funding innovative research, development, and demonstration projects in national labs, in industry, in academia. And so we work with a lot of these different partners on funding the next generation of technology. Specifically in OE, we have a very robust energy storage program. So we fund a lot of different storage R&D projects, everything from reducing the cost and increasing the performance of innovative technology types like we just saw, all the way down to actually improving value of storage through demonstration projects. And that's what we'll talk more about shortly here. So I want to set the stage a little bit. We've talked a lot about this concept generally, the idea of different use cases for storage and how we think about different applications. So in 2020, DOE launched the Energy Storage Grand Challenge. This is the cross-cutting effort across the department for a really coordinated approach to energy storage. And one of the first conversations that we had was around how do we think about the different uses for storage and the different use cases. So we've talked a lot in the last day and a half about that top left one, facilitating grid decarbonization. That's, for the grid use case, that's really the most important one for this conversation. But that's not to say that we want to lose out on the other important use cases for storage. Including like the second one down, electrified mobility, so thinking about storage as an asset for transportation, both for the vehicles themselves and for charging infrastructure. So this is just how we think about use cases broadly. I think this is useful to frame some of this conversation around the different demonstration projects that we'll talk about and some of our thinking around demos broadly. All right, so as the animation plays behind me here, I want to talk a little bit about our broad initiative, the long duration storage shot goal. Let's get the, sorry about that. Let's see, it's a little, there we go. All right, so This is our, one of our energy Earthshot initiatives. So this is one of our aggressive cost targets for clean energy technologies. And so I don't know why the title isn't showing up there, but this is the long duration storage shot. So this is for long duration storage technologies. That's storage that can deliver 10 plus hours of duration. And we want to reduce those costs by 90% from a 2020 lithium-ion baseline. So we are going for aggressive cost reduction in storage to make storage highly economical and dirt cheap with existing generation assets. And so we're trying to do this by the, 2030. So it says 1 decade, we really have 7 years now. And so this is really our guiding light right now and our very aggressive strategic initiative for meeting what we need for the future of energy storage. All right, so that's a lot of sort of background and overview of sort of where we're coming from at DOE, but I'll get a little more into specifically demonstrations now. And this is sort of broadly how we think about demonstrations at the Department of Energy, and with some of our recent initiatives that I'll get into. We really see the technology maturation curve as this S-shaped curve, right, that I'm sure many of you have seen variations of. And for storage specifically, all these ideas start with some kind of concept, R&D, in the bottom left corner. These are systems that are maybe developed in a lab or just a concept written out on paper. And they sort of culminate into that first section there, the small-scale demonstrations. So these might be proven out at a lab scale, less than 100 kilowatts, just something to show that this system can actually operate at some kind of operating environment. But really the steepest part of this curve and the valley of death for many is this first-of-a-kind utility scale demonstration. So this is the megawatt scale demonstration in the field, actually providing value to the system and proving out a technology for a given use case. And so this is really the make or break point for a lot of technologies. And make it past that steep part of the hump, you get to the market creation portion, and this is when you start to scale up things like manufacturing and supply chain and start to have more and more product of your system. And then you get into the market development piece, actually having an operational system that you're on the market. And we just heard a little bit about that in the last session. So again, just another broad framework to think about demonstrations. So this slide's really illustrative. Just want to show off where different technologies fall roughly along that scale that I just showed. So that top arrow there is really the demo scale from the previous slide. And this is very roughly where different technologies fall. And I don't show this slide so you can point out and say, oh, it should be moved over a little bit. This is really just to show that different technologies fall in different parts of this maturation curve. And it's really this race of sorts to see which of the technologies can make it to that continuing market development end and make it to that part of sort of sustainable commercial operation. And over the last several decades, DOE has supported dozens of different energy storage technologies. So the ones that I just showed and the ones that we heard about in the last panel, the ones we've been talking about for 2 days, that's not all. There are so many different technologies that we've been interested in, that we've supported, and this slide shows off most of them, at least. And so I show this to give some context for what we've supported and what we've looked at in the past at DOE. From sort of the traditional electrochemical solutions to hydrogen storage and then a range of other more nascent technologies. So we talked a little about some of this over the panels of the last few days, but there have been some really exciting, groundbreaking legislation in the US related to storage, really unprecedented investments. So starting with the bipartisan infrastructure law in 2021, that stood up 60 new DOE programs, 48 of which were considered to be demonstration and deployment programs. And this really created a new section of the Department of Energy for infrastructure and for infrastructure deployment, including the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, OCED, which is currently working on funding demonstration projects, really billions of dollars. And of that, the most interesting piece for this discussion is the $500 million program for long-duration storage demonstrations. So with this bipartisan infrastructure law, we are able to fund over $500 million of storage demonstration projects. Most of these falling in that middle section of the curve that I showed a few slides ago. So these are really those first-of-a-kind utility-scale demonstrations. Other thing I want to highlight is the Inflation Reduction Act. We've been talking about that too in the context of tax credits. But really, I just want to make sure to raise this as this is critical new legislation that really will change the storage landscape and is actively changing the storage landscape. So as we sort of close out slides here, for my portion, just want to highlight this recent announcement. So it's not just all sort of pie in the sky legislation. This is really stuff that is happening right now. And so we announced this long duration storage demonstration funding announcement late last year. And full applications were due a couple months ago. This is about $350 million of that $500 million I showed on the last slide. So this isn't all of it, but this is a good portion of it. And you can see on the bottom there which technologies and which applications are funded. So area of interest 1 focuses on innovative lithium-ion batteries, tens of millions of dollars there. But really the bulk of this funding within this announcement is in area of interest 2, and these are for non-lithium systems. So we're thinking beyond lithium. We're thinking about, and the different duration or power requirements are listed there as well. So we're thinking about minimums of 500 kilowatts or 5 megawatts at long durations, so 10 to 24 hours or 24 hours plus. So this is what how we're framing this funding announcement right now. These are dozens of, really tens of millions of dollars per award here. So these are large scale demonstrations and we have an opportunity to fund more than we've ever been able to. Last that I'll highlight, this is just, there's more going on at the Department of Energy, and you can go read about any of it online, but there's so much from early stage R&D announcements all the way to technology deployment. And different amounts of funding per each. So some of them have just a couple $1,000s, others have billions of dollars, and it's really just dependent on the sources of funding and where that comes from. So there's a lot going on. This even is just a very small subset. We have really millions, billions of dollars of research right now going on at the department. And this is really just such an exciting time for energy storage. So hopefully this can be something of a model or something of an example for types of demonstrations, types of investments to be made. And so that's what I really just wanted to highlight. I look forward to the discussion, the Q&A, and hearing from the other panelists. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Ben. Next, we have Dr. Raul Wallwalker to take us through the technology landscape and how to make sense of it and how to apply it to projects.
Thank you very much, Erin. And it's an honor to be here in front of all of the esteemed dignitaries, and also especially to be here on an event organized by EPRI, because it was almost 20 years back, one phone call from Haresh Kamath started my own journey into energy storage, which was later on supported by US Department of Energy through research at Carnegie Mellon University through National Energy Technology Labs. So just a quick introduction, as Customized Energy Solutions is a global company headquartered in Philadelphia. I have been with CA since 2004. Currently, I lead our international operations out of India, as well as I lead the emerging technology practice globally for the company, which focuses on market advisory, a lot of techno-commercial analysis, and looking at commercializing technology and deploying technology. So that has been the primary focus of Customized Energy Solutions. And within that, we are in a unique position where we are not just a consulting company, but we manage more than 18 gigawatt of assets around the globe, mainly in North America. We have our own network operations center, and we have also been managing now more than 2 gigawatt hour of energy storage assets into various electricity markets. So have a lot of strong experience on not just evaluating the technologies, but also managing and optimizing these technologies with both conventional generation assets as well as with renewable energy assets. When we look at energy storage, and again, you have seen number of energy storage technologies. So again, many times we tend to focus on lithium-ion batteries, but as CES, thanks to partnership with EPRI, we have always looked at energy storage in a holistic way. We have looked at pumped hydro, compressed air energy storage, flywheels, as well as all type of electrochemical as well as chemical, such as hydrogen storage technologies. We do think that time has arrived where the pace at which over the last 10, 15 years, many of these technologies have matured, it just becomes a no-brainer for integrating these technologies, especially with the renewable energy. That's primarily because the way the renewable energy costs have come down over the last 2 decades, that makes it one of the most attractive technologies for achieving the net zero goals. But without energy storage, that is not viable given the intermittency and other challenges which are there with renewable energy technologies. But when you are looking at which technologies to select, you need to look at not just the technology readiness level, but also the manufacturing readiness level, because for most of the technologies, it takes 10 years, 20 years, or even 30, 40 years for reaching a manufacturing maturity. And right now, we are looking at fast-tracking this process. You need to start looking at not just the capital cost for the technologies, but also look at number of other parameters, including cycle life, round-trip efficiency, charge-discharge capabilities, response time, and others. In terms of deciding the sizing, ultimately the economics of the project depends not only on the storage cost, but also how are you sizing the renewable projects? Are you doing oversizing on the DC level for solar, or is it better to actually use that energy instead of clipping it, use it as a free energy for storage and try to extend the amount of renewable energy available? There are a lot of options on the configuration where are you doing AC side coupling, DC side coupling, is it co-located, is it standalone storage? So all these parameters beyond just looking at an individual storage technology is very much important. And lastly but not least, also in terms of the merchant operation, what we see it is many times, almost now many people are there who can do a quick financial modeling for justifying energy storage, but just doing that on paper versus looking at the real operating conditions, looking at how to optimize the storage asset once it's built is completely different skill set. And all of these things needs to be seen. But what we see it is that year by year, the situation is actually getting better and better. The technologies are improving, the control capabilities are improving, the optimization capabilities are improving. So it's a complete no-brainer that we are going to continue to see exponential deployment of RE plus storage technologies. This is just to show in terms of putting at different storage technologies, and we end up sort of expanding the boundaries of these boxes every year, because many of the things when we talk about certain storage technologies being suitable for certain duration or certain size in terms of the power rating is a factor of techno-commercial. So as the manufacturing gets scaled up, some of these things change. For example, lithium-ion batteries, when Harish and me, we started looking at storage technologies, we were not even considering lithium-ion for any grid-scale applications. Then later on, when I finished my PhD, lithium-ion started being seen for 30-minute or less duration storage technologies, whereas now we are seeing lithium-ion batteries being very widely used for 4 to 6 hours of storage technologies. And as the manufacturing keeps on getting scaled, probably it can go on even for 10 hours or longer duration applications. But at the same time, there is a great window of opportunities given the requirement for lithium-ion batteries for e-mobility applications, especially for stationary storage application. Other technologies have a window of opportunity. Again, as I wanted to again insist that many times we focus on just cost, and I think DOE has done a lot of good things, but many times I feel that when we put up a cost target number as aggressive as a 90% reduction, many times we end up delaying deployments even if there are good business cases available at the current cost point. And that's something my request to all the decision makers here in the room is, don't wait for us to achieve that target. I'm pretty sure with the support from DOE as well as other stakeholders, we will achieve or surpass that target. But there are business cases available for deploying storage technologies at the current cost, and we need to be doing that because we need to learn a lot about how to operate the storage assets, how to optimize the system along with storage during next 10 years, so that when the storage cost targets are hit, we can actually expand more rapidly. Also, one thing I wanted to highlight is many times we see lithium-ion as a single technology, but within lithium-ion there are probably 10 different types of lithium-ion technology just on the cathode side. And now people are looking at anode side improvement, looking at silicon doping, looking at lithium metal. So there are going to be a lot of different type of lithium-ion battery technologies which will compete with stationary versus e-mobility applications as well. So don't consider many of the technologies what you see as a singular technology based on what one company is doing with that chemistry. There may be multiple options available, and new technologies may come up in next 5-10 years. Also, cost reduction, as I've been trying to say, is not the only parameter what has achieved the deployment for lithium-ion, although it is important parameter. But also, if you see the energy density, again, it's amazing to see how the energy density for lithium-ion batteries have improved. The first grid-scale energy storage project had less than 500 kilowatt-hour in a 40-foot container, or actually 250 kilowatt-hour in a 20-foot container, whereas now we are seeing technologies where they're talking about 7-8 megawatt-hour in a 40-foot container. So that also reduces a lot of system-level cost, deployment cost, and that is also a critical factor, not just technology costs at the manufacturing level. The other parameters, including cycle life and efficiency, are also very important because that ultimately leads to the lower levelized cost of energy. So don't only focus on the capital cost reduction numbers, but even at the same capital cost, if you can get extension of cycle life or improvement in round-trip efficiency, the economics of the project can be completely different. There are many manufacturing technologies which are in fray, but the key challenge for us is going to be how are we going to scale up the manufacturability of these technologies in the coming century, because it is now universally accepted that yes, energy storage is here to stay, it is going to play a key role, but which technologies will provide this transition support is going to be critical based on a lot of public-private partnerships. As I mentioned in my intro remarks, many of the technologies in past have taken almost 30, 40 years to reach commercial manufacturing maturity, and now we are expecting many of the technologies which are at lab scale or in early commercialization to suddenly provide hundreds of gigawatt-hour scale solutions within next 5 years. Now that could be possible, but that's not going to be possible if we continue to do things the way we have done over the last 30, 40 years. And that's where we need to learn on not just focusing on the public R&D for technology development, but we need to focus on deployment. And DOE has done an amazing job at technology deployment. The other aspect which we need to focus on is over the last 20 years, we allowed maybe China to be the only country to invest into manufacturing, and China becoming the manufacturing hub for the world. But as COVID has shown, we cannot rely on that aspect for many reasons. It could be geopolitical, it could be just the natural calamities, and that's a part where we are seeing now US, Europe, India, and other regions are also looking at being part of the global supply chain so that we can reduce dependence on any one region for 90% or 80% of the critical supply chain for energy storage industry. So one thing in US, DOE as well as NYSERDA, New York State Energy Research Development Agency, California Energy Commission have done amazing work on supporting deployment. But outside US, such funding is not available, maybe outside US and Europe. So in India, we have worked with UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, for having a small $5 million fund for supporting distributed energy storage technologies for both stationary and e-mobility. And through that, we are looking at supporting beta deployment of almost 20-25 innovative storage technologies. Something similar or even at a large scale can be done in the MENA region as well. Here are just some of the recent numbers. In US, we are seeing month by month the storage deployment growing. It is expected to significantly increase to almost close to 10 gigawatt by end of this year. One of the factors for that is there are a lot of market-related changes have happened over the last decade, which has opened up the business cases, and the deployment is not driven just by government, but deployment is driven because there is a very clear business model and commercial opportunity exists in the US market, and that's what is driving the deployment both in market region as well as in the regulated regions in US. In India, we have been working on now for last 12 years. We created India Energy Storage Alliance in India, and working with the various policy-making agencies, we have now set a target for 160 gigawatt-hour of stationary storage deployment by 2030 in India. This is mainly for stationary applications. There is additional national transformative e-mobility mission, which creates opportunity for transportation side as well. So India is also looking at now having almost 150 gigawatt hour of domestic manufacturing for advanced energy storage technologies by 2030. Overall, we believe that it's not going to be a single technology, although lithium-ion is expected to continue to dominate the energy storage industry for coming decade. Largely, it is driven by the e-mobility, so this spread is not for stationary applications, but this is considering the global market for both e-mobility as well as stationary applications. But even what looks at small in 2030 right now could be multiple gigawatt hour opportunity for individual technology. So many of the new companies have a great opportunity to success, but it's not going to be a lithium-ion killer based on at least our assessment. Also, just wanted to make a small pitch. We are also based on the experience of having worked with US Energy Storage Alliance as well as India Energy Storage Alliance. We have recently initiated process to float a MENA Energy Storage Alliance to bring together various stakeholders to try to learn from the global experience and accelerate deployment of energy storage, e-mobility, and green hydrogen in MENA region. So if any one of you are interested, me or my colleague Avantika, both of us are here, and we'll be happy to get you involved in that. And last thing, please mark 22nd September on your calendar. It gets celebrated around the world as a World Energy Storage Day. It was started by Global Energy Storage Alliance in 2017, and we do host an online 24-hour marathon event to bring together more than 150 global stakeholders together and share learning from around the globe. And we would love to invite some of you to come in and share the learnings and opportunities present in the MENA and GCC region during the upcoming event on 22nd September 23. Thank you.
And next up, we have Ghanem to take us through some real-life field experience with storage deployment.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ghanem Al-Qasim. I am a senior manager of solar energy in Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, as known as DEWA. Everyone knows that. I would like to thank, first of all, the GCCIA and EPRI for arranging this insightful event. It's actually been amazing, the amount of knowledge that's been shared throughout the last couple of days. I certainly will be taking some of these learnings back to my organization. And you know, my relationship with EPRI started a long time ago. Back in the days, I was working in the nuclear industry. And you know, part of what we're doing in nuclear was doing roadshows to promote the nuclear industry to the public. And the things we were mentioning about how bad solar energy is in comparison to solar, and now, you know, I have a lot of making up to do to solar energy. So, you know, that's life, you know. But, so I just wanted to shed some insights of, you know, what we're doing in the energy storage world in DEWA. In DEWA, we work in line with the ambitious vision of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President of the UAE, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, to transform Dubai into a sustainable green economy. And you know, to achieve the target of net zero by 2050, having all our energy mix from green energy sources by then. So we've identified different targets throughout the years in order for us to reach 100% green energy by 2050. In 2020, our target was to be 7% from green energy as part of our mix. We have managed to exceed that. We actually achieved 9% in 2020, and currently we have increased the share of clean energy to 15.7% as of Q2 of this year. We currently have 2,327 megawatts from renewables. So it shows that we are well on track to achieve the target of 25% by 2030 and hopefully exceed it earlier. So one of the mega projects and the biggest projects that we have that contributes to that goal is the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park. The plan is to have a total capacity of 5,000 megawatts by 2030. Just a little bit of information about the solar park itself. The total area that the solar park occupies is 127 kilometers squared. It's located in an area called Sayh al-Dahal, which is 50 kilometers away from Dubai, the center of Dubai. And for those cyclists, it's in Al Qudra area, so you guys probably are familiar with that. The total investment that we've put into this is around 50 billion dirhams. And currently, as I mentioned, we have 2,327 megawatts in operations at the moment, 533 that is currently under construction, and 2,140 which is currently under planning stage. The solar park, the area itself, also has two major buildings as well. The Diwa Research and Development Center, with research areas that includes energy storage, solar power, energy efficiency, smart grid integration, and also we have the Innovation Center. You know, for those of you probably have seen it somewhere. It's the spirally shaped building. It's a place where tourists go as well. It supports innovation, creativity, and raises awareness about sustainability and in the region. So the approach we've taken for the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park, we've taken that whole area and we've broken it down into different phases. Now, the model that we followed is the IPP model, the Independent Power Producer model, where for each phase we establish a new project company. The project company consists of majority shares owned by Diwa, and then the main developer owns the remaining shares from that specific project company. Right now we have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 fully operational and commercial. Phase 4, which I'm going to talk about in details because that's the energy storage piece of the solar park. It's partially commercial right now. And phase 5, 800 megawatts out of the 900 megawatts are already operational. And we've recently launched phase 6, which is the biggest project in the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park. It's going to be 1,800 megawatts to be completed by 2026. We are expecting the bids by the 7th of June, so it's on track to happen quite soon. The first phase, that's the only phase that Diwa fully owns, fully operates, fully maintains. It wasn't following the IPP model. And we've managed to achieve the lowest LCOE worldwide of 1.69 cents per kilowatt for the PV plant, and for the CSP as well, we have the 7.3 cents per kilowatt. So energy storage, phase 4, I mentioned phase 4. Phase 4 is special because phase 4 is not a PV solar plant. This plant is it's a hybrid plant that consists of 250 megawatts from PV and the remaining 700 megawatts from CSP. Now, even within the CSP world, we've implemented two of the technologies. We've implemented the CT, the central tower technology, and the parabolic trough technology as well. So the thermal energy storage that we have in that phase is using the molten salt technology. And I'll talk about the durations and the specifics in a later slide. I know we've heard a lot about pump hydro. I've heard some mixed feedback about that, but we do have an ongoing project that's pumped hydro. It's in Hatta region. It can deliver an overall storage capacity of 1,500 megawatts to the grid, and it utilizes the excess power from the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park. So at phase 1, that's fully owned by DEWA, we have implemented a couple of pilot projects. We've installed 2 types of batteries, sodium sulfur cells and lithium ion cells. It's only 10 megawatts, so we don't really intend to apply the same solution for the larger PV plants. These are some of the specifics that the project has. It's been commissioned in 2018 for the sodium sulfur cells, and the lithium ion cells 2021. We've heard about the challenges associated with each type of these batteries in the last couple of days. I don't want to go through them again. So a few facts about the phase 4, which is the CSP solar plant that we have right now. It's the largest single-site concentrated solar power plant in the world. It has the world's tallest central tower of 262.44 meters. A project company was formed called Noor Energy between DEWA, who owns 51%, and Aqua Power, who own the remaining 49%. The PPA was signed for 35 years, and the total investment in that specific phase is 15.78 billion. So as you can see, it's a lot more expensive than the typical PV plants. The unique aspect, obviously, that you're able to generate energy whenever needed, day and night. So that's the unique aspect of this phase. I mean, total area is a lot larger than what is expected for a typical PV plant with the capacity that this phase can generate. So the technology, we have 3 units of parabolic troughs. Each can generate 200 megawatts. And we have 1 central tower with a capacity of 100 megawatts. Currently, the central tower is operational. The PT1, parabolic trough unit 1, is operational, which is something we are extremely proud of, to be the first in the region to have central tower operational, and the CSP plant as well. So these are a few specifics about the energy storage when it comes to the CT unit. For example, the duration is 15 hours through molten salts technology, and for the PT unit it is 12 hours. With that, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks to all the panelists for the presentation. Remember to put your questions into the poll app. I'm going to start with one question I have, and it's something that, at EPRI we've been looking at a lot, and the question's around data. So how can we use data? What types of data can we use to inform design, operation, risk mitigation? So it's kind of a broad question, but I think there's a lot of power in that. So what's top of mind for you as far as data and how to leverage that? Ben?
Yeah, so hopefully we can get a little more into the specific data requirements and data needs, but my mind first jumps to data visibility and making data transparency even. So there's any amount of data that we can collect from a demonstration project, from a system, but the question is, how much can we actually share it? How much can we use learnings from one system to help another one? And that's a question that we ask a lot at DOE as we work with our partners, as we work with the people who are funding to do demonstrations, and who are collecting a lot of data. It's in everyone's interest to make the data as transparent as possible. And that's not always something that's easy. We get some pushback, but that is something that's so important to getting technologies out there quicker. So that's sort of a high level, but would love to hear other perspectives on that.
the operational systems in the field, are you looking at data? Are you analyzing that to inform operations or future design of systems?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all the data that we gather during generation from the solar projects, that's all maintained and assessed continuously in collaboration between our transmission team and our research and development team as well. What can we do with that data? What can we share with the technology developers? They can come in and propose solutions for us to take forward. For example, phase 5, it's currently operational. We have 800 megawatts of the 900 that are currently operational. Now we are working with the main developer to see what energy storage solutions can we add to phase 5, for example. For that, they need data. So, when we look at the overall goal, sometimes we don't have a problem sharing that data if it's going to help us achieve something better for us to work with.
Raul?
Yeah. No, so this is the part where I think we can learn a lot from US. I think I would say that the only reason why we could get started with energy storage was because of the availability of a lot of market data from across US, which we as a customized energy solutions were already maintaining. Where almost for every node wherever electricity gets traded, we have been maintaining that database since 2004 and actually start seeing the value of energy storage at different locations, because many times again, I think so far the discussion has been about from storage technology perspective and looking at what you can do to make storage technology more cost effective. But the other aspect which actually we got started was looking at the value of storage. And again, if you just go back, I think what I mentioned about starting work with EPRI, when even most of the storage technologies were costing 4 to 10 times more than right now, but because we had access to a lot of system data and we were able to identify locations where there was value not just for energy arbitrage but also for grid services, ancillary services, we were able to actually identify locations and finance projects which led to creation of the industry. So that is something which is, I think, access to data is very important, and storage has a lot of locational value. So don't let some of the data related to average numbers mislead you. In India, we have actually suffered because of that. In India, there was a national task force set up for looking at energy storage, and pilot projects were being proposed way back in 2015. But one large study done by NREL, which looked at high-level data on averages, ended up concluding that storage was not cost-effective and India should wait for 5-6 years before looking at storage. And that ended up killing all the pilot projects, which could have actually given invaluable insights to all the stakeholders. So it is very important that while we look at for large average numbers for investment perspective, when you start looking at actual deployment, you need to identify right locations where you can focus on value rather than just looking at the cost numbers.
Yeah, and I think that leads really well into another question on the use of LCOE, LCOS, and some of the challenges you talked about that. Is there an alternative of how you look at cost or value that can be used throughout the industry to help advance storage and make people see the value?
Sure. I think LCOS is a good metrics to start looking at it at a high level, but it needs to be understood that LCO is going to be different for different applications. So there is no point in just looking at, because we see it many times with technologies, because LCOS, the calculation is very simple, right? It's basically your capital cost divided by your total energy throughput over the life of the project asset. So if you do something, or if you can claim much longer cycle life or the calendar life, then your LCOS number starts going much lower. But you need to start understanding that is there an application where you are going to utilize that cycle life? What is the cost of financing the project? What is the cost of maintaining and operating that asset? If there is a efficiency, because many times we see the focus being on just lower capital costs without any focus on efficiency number. That's why it was really good to see Paul already talking about for Energy Dome 75% and having a roadmap to 80%, because those are the things which many times long duration energy storage technologies have missed, where they have just thought that, oh, if I just reduce the capital cost, I can actually start getting deployment, whereas most of the work what we did initially with EPRI and then later on suggested that unless you look at it as a total system cost as well as the operating cost aspect, you cannot just deploy long duration energy storage unless you can meet certain operating efficiencies, because you just do not have as much arbitrage delta available for those longer 10 hours or longer duration. The only way you can then deploy longer duration energy storage system is if you start putting in a capacity value for reliability and start paying for that. So it is very important that you understand those nuances and not get carried away with just the LCOS number on a simplified basis to choose the right technology and then deploy that.
Any other comments on how to look at cost or value?
I mean, from an LCOE perspective, obviously, energy storage, if it comes into play, for example, with a main developer, when we ask him to consider energy storage in a PV plant, obviously the LCOE will be higher. But it's important to know what our priorities are at that moment and what is our demand, what are we really looking for when we approach a specific project that we are going out to the market for. And cost is two things, right? You look at the CapEx and you look at the OpEx as well. So all of that needs to be considered, and the priority needs to be defined clearly ahead of time. And based on that, you go ahead with whatever comes your way. That's how we've been approaching it from DWA's perspective.
Yeah, I think these are such good points. And just to add on, cost is not the perfect metric, right? Obviously, there's so much nuance there. But when we're thinking about all of the different technologies, the dozens of different technologies that we've seen in how many charts over the last day and a half, represented in different ways, it is really hard to compare apples to apples across different technologies, different use cases. Cost is not perfect, but it is one way to do that in a very quantitative sense, is to start to really compare these very different technologies, even different use cases. So it's something, and that's why I was really driving home our long duration storage shot at DOE. It's something that Raul said in his talk really resonated with me, in that, we shouldn't wait for the technologies to meet these goals, right? We shouldn't wait 10 years for these low cost systems. We should be investing now. And that's what I failed to mention earlier, we're looking for a pathway to this low cost, a pathway to this long duration storage shot. And so that's really important. So I guess just adding on to the nuance of the cost discussion, certainly.
Yeah, and as a simple example, if we compare the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park, phase 5, 900 megawatts, PV plant, 1 billion. Phase 4, 950 megawatts, 15 billion. But that has energy storage, and that allows us to generate during the night from solar energy. So it depends on what we're looking for, and that's why that we need to define that ahead of time.
Yeah. And just one more point is, when we compare costs, you need to also start focusing on the cost for the alternate solutions, right? And many times what we see, the fallacy is that we tend to look at some of those alternate costs in past, because there is a lot of actual operating data, and we just assume that those cost numbers are same. Just to give an example, the cost numbers for, say, coal plant or a natural gas plant, you may have some track record in past, but for example, with the current Ukraine crisis, maybe the natural gas cost numbers are not same as what it was just 2 years back. Or looking at, say, coal plants in India, which has been a backbone for Indian electricity grid, most of those plants were financed with an assumption of 80% capacity utilization factor. That was perfectly fine when India was in a deficit situation where most of the coal plants were operating as a baseload plants. But now most of these plants are operating at below 50% CUF, and their levelized cost is not going to be what was actually signed in PPAs earlier. So actually the alternate cost for existing technologies has also substantially gone up. So while the cost of RE plus storage has kept on coming down, those alternate costs have gone up. So we should not be looking at just past cost of fossil fuel. And also many times I see the challenges that people say, oh, solar is so cheap at below 2 cents or below 3 cents depending on the region. So why should I add storage? It makes solar non-competitive. But no, you are not going to shift your lifestyle to just work within the solar cycle. That was a traditional way for centuries what humanity worked with. But we have now evolved to a stage where we want to have the lifestyles or the operations when we want to do it. And without storage, without having dispatchable renewable power, that is just not possible. So we should stop comparing cost of RE and RE plus storage. It is not same. It is a completely different. Dispatchable RE is a different class of energy, and that's what you should be looking at.
I'm going to shift gears a little bit, and this question is a little specific, but we can make it a little broader. Talking about the lifetime of actual fielded systems and how it compares to what you're expected, and the questions about lithium-ion, and in particular, if you have references for fast frequency response, but I guess just in general, with your experience, how have these fielded systems compared to expectations?
Yeah, so this is again a tricky question. So we have seen it happening on both sides, and partly that's why I insisted that we should not be waiting for just some cost number to wait for doing deployment. We have seen certain systems where they were deployed with the expectation of just doing a technology demonstration for 1 year or 2 years, and they have lasted in field for more than 10 years and have had a great return. On the other hand side, we have seen systems which were sold by certain companies with a 7-year, 10-year warranties. They could not even last 2-year life because they did not understand the dispatch cycle for ancillary services, and they had this assumption that it's going to be 1 or 2 cycles. But as the market rules kept on changing, as the frequency regulation signal went to fast regulation signal, suddenly there were regions in US where storage systems were seeing almost 10 cycles per day. And then it comes to how you are structuring the contracts, who takes the responsibility and ownership for change in usage, and how do you address that? But if you do the RFPs properly, if you define those well, then actually you can make it win-win for both the parties, because it is no one's fault that you design or deploy a system with one expectation and the usage is different. Then obviously its life is going to be different. So I would say that we have seen both cases on good, more times for worse, where people, just because they did not understand the application or the reality of the dispatch, they ended up actually overcommitting. And we have seen actually many times technology suppliers have come to us saying that, oh, we have already sold the system and we were anticipating 1 replacement cycle during the 7-year or 10-year expected contract, but now we are in year 2 or 3 and already we are getting called in for replacement. We definitely do not have money budgeted for replacing the system 2 or 3 times, so what should we do? So those type of things, I think we can take those learnings from the early projects. So it was really good to see in Ganim's presentation how the solar deployment was scaled up in a systematic fashion by taking into account learnings from the earlier systems. That is most crucial for storage as well. We are now seeing in many regions, we are getting these announcements for straight away gigawatt hour scale project deployments, where people who have not even deployed 10 megawatt 20 megawatt hour systems are straight away quoting for multiple gigawatt hour system, and there is going to be significant business risk associated with that.
I mean, we're still in testing phase, so I don't have an answer right now. But I mean, the major challenges we're seeing with the lithium-ion is, you know, storage duration and life cycle. So that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, this is something that comes up a lot, right? We want to verify the lifetime of systems that have never been deployed for the full lifetime yet. So how do we do that without waiting 10 or 15 years, right? I mean, that's a huge challenge. And so I'll just highlight quickly that we are working on some models at DOE with our national lab partners to address this question. And so with sort of some AI, machine learning, data analytics tools, we can essentially predict the lifetime of these new technologies without waiting the entire lifetime to validate that the systems work. So this is something that we are working on, but it's certainly a difficult challenge.
Yeah, I was just going to say predictive maintenance. I think that's the key to identify what triggers we can put in place before this complete failure reaches. So.
Great. Well, we're running a little short on time, but I want to ask all the panelists, quick, 30 seconds, a minute. For those who are developing demonstration programs or deploying commercial projects, what's one really important thing that they should consider, that they should factor into the decision making for those projects?
So I'd say that work with partners who have the experience and who can basically, depending on, are you looking at doing a pilot with a specific technology, or are you doing a pilot to get certain outcome? If it's the latter, then you need to make sure that you have a partner who has experience across multiple technologies, evaluating those technologies and advising you properly, and not tied up with just one technology and pushing for one technology. But if you're focusing on specific technology pilot, then you need to again make sure that you have a partner who understands the system as well as understands the application, so that you have a higher chance of success with pilot. And also please do keep some leeway for failure, because this is an area where you are not going to get 100% success rate in deploying new technologies. So try to have the objective of learning by doing, and try to do it so that you don't see an individual pilot project as just a binary success or failure, but there could be a lot of things which you can do in terms of learning and maybe augmenting or fixing the project to try to get more learning from the pilots, and share that so that others can actually utilize that learning. And it has been great to see some of the work done with California Energy Commission, NYSERDA and DOE in US, where those learnings were invaluable for rest of the industry stakeholders for actually getting commercial financing for larger scale deployments.
Yeah, I would say benchmark. I would say reach out. Anything you are about to initiate, someone else around the world has done it somewhere. And it's, I don't want to vouch for EPRI, but I think it's a good tool for all of us to come together, discuss what's going on around the world, what are the latest technologies, what are the challenges that each country is going through, no matter what the challenge is, whether it's regulatory, whether it's technology, whether it's environmental conditions. So I think that's very important. Learn from others, be open, be transparent. We all have the same goal of going green by 2050. It's not just a national or one country's goal to do that. So that's my feedback to the team.
Yeah, without just echoing exactly what we just heard, I would completely agree. And I would say something similar in that the value of partnerships really can't be overstated. And groups like EPRI, some of the programs from the federal government, state governments, they're working to bring together these stakeholders very intentionally. For these new demonstration projects, for new initiatives, if you're doing this for the first time, you're not the first one to do it, which is great. There's so much good learnings, both from past successes and past failures, that can be really, really useful. So just would echo what everyone else has said and leverage those partnerships.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. Please join me in thanking them.
Ms. Munir, for moderating this session, and for our panelists for your insightful discussion. I would like to ask you to remain on stage while I call out His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Ibrahim, Chief Executive Officer, GCCIA, to do the honoring. Thank you once again for our panelists and our moderator of the past session. Thank you, Your Excellency, for joining us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, for our last session for today, we will explore the crucial aspect of modeling the energy transition in the session titled Energy Economy Model and Risks Associated with the Energy Transition. Mr. Daniel Brooks, Vice President of Integrated Grid and Energy Systems at EPRI, will present an overview of decarbonization models and their importance in assessing pathways for economy-wide decarbonization. This session will provide insights on data requirements, dispatch, capacity expansion, and end-use demand segregation. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Daniel Brooks on stage.
Here we go. Somebody left a cell phone. Probably going to want that. There we go. All right. What a great day, right? I got the chance to start this morning with Dr. Madrian from NEOM and talked about how when I first heard of NEOM, I thought, I don't want to be the guy that has to be responsible for figuring that out. Thinking about that, I'm thinking, I don't want to be the guy that has to wrap up these great 2 days. How do you follow everything that happened and try to end in a way that really ends us on a high note? And so I've got the challenge of trying to do that. I've got the challenge of I'm standing between you and lunch. So I'm very aware of that. It's coming up pretty quickly. And I'm going to do it by talking about modeling. So I'm really putting a lot of strain on myself here in terms of what we're going to try to do. And on top of all of those things, I'm going to basically start with 2 slides that my boss, Dr. Mansour, sitting right down here in the middle, is going to tell me are way too busy and are not the type of slides that we use at EPRI. So just know that I'm aware of the challenges that I face in addition to the challenges you guys face. So here's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to try to get us done. We're running behind. I was supposed to start at 2. It's 2:14. I'm going to try to end a little bit early with my talk so that we're better on time for our lunch. But I want to make the case to you in the next 15 minutes or so that the strategies that you're going to want to develop around energy storage and the clean energy transition in general really require a change in terms of the way you think about planning your electric grid as you go forward. I'm going to do 3 things. One, I'm going to try to make the case to you that it's absolutely critical that you think beyond electricity because it really is a clean energy transition. And that affects the decisions that you make about the electric grid. And so I'm going to make that case for you. I'm going to use some of the modeling that we've done in the U.S. to show you a few results to sort of motivate what that might look like. And Dr. Jones, I don't know if I see him in here, but he asked the question yesterday. He wanted a number in terms of how much energy storage we're going to see in the region or in the U.S. I'm going to give him some numbers for that if he's in the room. So in the U.S., not in the region here because we don't have the model here. And then the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of wrap it all up and say that in order to ensure that you have the true value proposition, you really have to get to that integrated planning that Bruce and Marie and others talked about through the day. So we're going to get all that done in 15 minutes. You guys ready to hang on with me? All right, here we go. So first busy number 1 slide. It is a clean energy transition. It's not a clean electricity transition. Electricity is the foundation for much of what we're going to do in order to make that transition. But if you're actually planning the strategy for what you're going to invest in the electric grid, and you don't have the ability to fully understand how the provision of electricity interacts with end uses on the full energy economy, and if you don't have the ability to also couple that with an understanding of how clean, low-carbon molecules are created, delivered, stored, how those all fit together to come up with an optimized decision, you may not have the full picture and be able to make the investments that you want. It's complicated. I'm not going to explain all these pathways. I'm not going to try to do that. But it's very, very complicated. The fact of the matter is to understand what the electric grid has to do, you basically have to understand everything from primary energy to conversion of that to delivery and storage all the way to the actual end use of all of those service demands that you have throughout the full energy economy, transport, industry, buildings. You got to have all of those things sort of considered together, and it's very difficult. If I would point you to one thing, you see the sort of blue circle with the lightning bolt in it. That's sort of the electric conversion where you get to electricity. That's sort of the density point of that entire chart. All the lines from the primary energy coming in to what you see over on the end-use service demands. The electric sector is sort of that foundational point for decarbonizing the full grid. And what happens with other energy provision has a lot to do with the electric sector, both through direct electrification but through indirect electrification. So I want to make that case to you as we get a little bit further into this. That also means, second busy slide, that you need the ability to model the full energy economy. Now, some of you have some understanding of that and sense of that. Some of you may be saying, okay, that sounds complicated, and I'm not going to get into too many of the details. But we have a model. We call it Regen, and a lot of folks have models, and some of you have your models. But we have an energy economy equilibrium model that we think is sort of special in that it has a fairly detailed representation of the electric grid. So we basically model ensuring that on a regional basis that you have supply to meet demand on every hour with margin. You have the ability to model transportation or transmission between regions. You have a fairly detailed representation of the electric sector, but we couple that with a very detailed representation of all of the end-use economy. Now, we don't, in our model, we don't say, okay, there's going to be this much electrification of transport. We don't say there's going to be, this much electrification of heating or cooling. We basically say there's this much service demand. We say there's this many vehicles in this region, and there's this many miles that are driven, and there are these technologies for vehicles that can be provided. Gasoline engine, different types of electric vehicles. We provide all of those options because at EPRI we have all of these different technology groups that provide us information on all that. So we basically say this is what the demand is, and we do that on space heating, we do that on cooling, what the technologies are, but we don't say how much of it's going to be served from electric, we don't say how much of it's going to be served from hydrogen, we basically let this integrated model figure out with this detailed representation of the electric sector, a representation of all those primary energy sources. We let the model figure out what is the most economic provision of all of those end-use service demands. And then we couple that thirdly with a detailed representation of these low-carbon energy carriers. How do you actually produce hydrogen, store it, deliver it, the cost associated with all those, so that we can understand where does hydrogen actually really play. We don't make an assumption about that. We let the model in an optimized way between those three pieces figure out where does hydrogen actually play. Where does synthetic natural gas play? Where does ammonia play? And the model figures out which of those service demands are most economically served by those different sources to meet the objectives that you have in terms of your decarbonization targets on the timeline that you're looking at. So that's what I want to make the case to you, and I'm going to show you using a few results. So the rest of it will be a little more interesting. I'm going to show you a few results. These are results from some work that we've done in the US. So we've taken this model and we've used it to look at the current president administration, the Biden administration has set the nationally determined contribution for the U.S. We basically are going to be 50 to 52% by 2030, reduction from 2005 levels for greenhouse gases, and net zero by 2050. So we've taken our model and we've actually done detailed analysis. What does that mean in terms of the technology deployments that are going to happen in the U.S. to most economically achieve that? And so I'm going to show you what that looks like to show you how that full energy economy representation in use with the electric sector, with that low carbon resource capability, what that means in terms of the information that you get out. And I'm not going to talk, I don't have time to get into talking about the models in terms of the actual scenarios that we're looking at, but on the left-hand side, you basically see 2020. That's what we'll call today, right? When we started doing this work, that's today. You can see that in the U.S., this is basically showing the economy-wide CO2 flows. And in 2020, we were about at 5 gigatons. That's where we're at. If you look at these three scenarios over on the right, those are all 2050 net zero scenarios. And we've done many, many different sensitivities of what it might look like, and there's different cases. I'm going to just give you two bookends and talk about those. So that first one, the all options that you see, the first of those three on the right, that's basically a scenario where you have technologies available that allow for negative emissions. And I don't want to get into too much detail about that, but basically means that you have things like bioenergy with carbon capture storage that allows you to actually have some negative emission that will allow some positive emissions still to exist, and you can be net zero. And if you have those negative emission capabilities, it basically allows you to have more technology optionality in that you can keep some of the emitting resources and still be net zero. So you have more options available. The far right scenario that we're going to look at is one where you have very limited negative emissions capability. Basically just whatever you have from natural solutions, afforestation, those kind of things, right? And so it's much less. It means that there's a lot more technology development and deployment that's needed. You can't use some of the existing technologies that emit. So we're going to talk about what those look like. So from the US, in terms of supply capacity in the electric sector, look at those three scenarios on the right, those different scenarios for 2050 versus that 2020 scenario, which is the one on the far left. A couple things jump out at you pretty quickly, right? One is those bars on the right are quite a bit larger than that bar on the left, right? In the US in 2020, we're about 1,000 gigawatts of total generating capacity. On the right, you see that we're looking at somewhere 2 to 5 times that, depending on the scenario, of actual generating capacity that you need in the US in order to get to net zero. That's a huge investment, right? Why so much? 2 to 5. Well, lots of reasons for that, right? Part of it is that we're moving to a lot of energy-rich resources that aren't necessarily capacity-rich. And so we have a lot of renewables. All of that yellow and green that you see there, a lot of renewables that are there. That purple, that's what we're here for, storage. A lot of storage that's coming in to balance that, right? And then you also see, and it's kind of an interesting point, I'm not going to spend much time on it, but that orange that you see down there, in all of those scenarios, our models say that gas has an important role as a capacity resource. It doesn't get deployed very much at all because you can't deploy it because it emits and you got to have those negative emissions to be able to offset that. But from a capacity standpoint, for reliability and resiliency, it's an important resource to be able to do that. And having this integrated model across the full energy system and those low carbon resources integrated in that, you can actually see how gas actually still can play and still be able to meet your decarbonization targets. And I just want to say this, don't take it that EPRI's advocating for gas. I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just telling you from a fact-based science, this is what a very sophisticated model tells you is the most economic way to get to some of these solutions. I want to focus just for a second. So Dr. Jones asked for numbers. What does it look like out to 2030 in terms of energy storage? You see that purple there. Today in the US, we have about 9 gigawatts of energy storage capacity that's there. By 2050, the most economic pathways, based on our scenarios, somewhere between 175 to 640 gigawatts of storage. Now, there's different storage technologies that are included in that. Our model represents lithium ion, it represents flow batteries, it represents pump storage. It has all these different technologies that are represented in there. So I don't break that down in terms of what it is. We could talk in detail about that if you wanted to. But there's a lot of storage that plays going forward in order to get to this net zero vision that we want to look at. And I don't have the 2030 study slides in here, but for 2030 in the US, it's somewhere between 75 gigawatts out to as much as 200 gigawatts by 2030 of storage in the US. So there's some numbers. I wish I could tell you the numbers for this region, for the Gulf region, but don't have the model to be able to do that. But this type of model could be deployed to help you to understand and to make those kinds of decisions. Now, I'll just point out also this little fuchsia 90 sliver there. That's hydrogen actually coming in. There's a lot more hydrogen that gets developed. The reason that right-hand bar is so large compared to the left-hand bar, the reason it's 5 times the generating capacity, there's a lot of hydrogen in that limited scenario case, a lot of hydrogen that's needed. Most of it's not coming back to the power sector. There's 90 gigawatts coming back to the power sector. But a lot of hydrogen is being used to actually decarbonize other sectors through electrolysis, because the model is able to determine what the most economic way to get to that net zero is. And if you have that limited options where you can't use emitting resources, a lot of industry, transport, heavy-duty transport, aviation, a lot of those things, actually hydrogen has a big role. But you see 90 gigawatts of it coming back to the electric sector. But stay with me, don't get lost in the numbers. You need a model that can understand the interplay between all these and optimize, not have exogenously saying this is what it's going to be, but endogenously in the model figuring out what the optimal pathways are. It also, for GCCIA and for the members, the model also allows you to represent different regions. And so zonally, it can tell you where's transmission valuable. And in the US, in those scenarios, there's a lot of transmission that gets built out, interconnecting between regions in order to enable that. As much as 2 times the interconnected transmission capacity that exists in the US today. Now, you all probably do a little better than we do in the US here in this region in terms of building transmission. But if you're talking about doubling the amount of transmission capacity to interconnect regions in the US, the timeline on that can be pretty long. And so if that's something that's going to enable this vision, you got to be able to get to it. But the model allows you to figure out what role transmission has and gives you some visualization of what that transmission value is in terms of meeting that. 2, 3 more slides, and then I'm going to wrap this up and let us get to lunch. Really important to point out what demand looks like, too, as we go forward. So this is sort of the same side, but instead of looking at what the capacity side looks like, the supply side looks like, this is what the electric demand looks like. And the first big point I want to make is this. There's a huge opportunity in terms of the electric sector to be able to provide a larger share of that energy going forward that's going to be needed. And to do that in a decarbonized way that it enables the future that we want. And so you basically see in the US, from 2020 out to those right-hand scenarios, it's somewhere between 40% to 2.5 times the amount of electric demand that's going to be needed in order to get there optimally, to be able to get to that decarbonized future, depending on the scenario that you're looking at. Couple things in that, I won't spend much time on it, but you see that there's a lot of transportation demand that's there that doesn't exist today. So that green, dark green and that light green, the transportation demand in all 3 of those scenarios on the right, regardless of what scenario we're looking at, it's about 40 to 50% of the total electric demand in the US today. There's going to be that much, 40 to 50% of that on top of that going forward, just in terms of decarbonizing the electric sector. The other thing that's there, and I won't spend much time on it, but you see the blue and the gray, there's a lot of increase in terms of the share of buildings and industry from electrification that's there. You don't see those bars growing too much relative to the right. Why is that? Because there's a lot of efficiency that's also going to be needed as we go forward. The total energy consumption is going down significantly in the models that we have in order to be able to achieve that future. So we haven't talked much about efficiency. That hasn't been mentioned much, but that's going to be a key lever for us to be able to get there as you go forward. The model helps you to figure those things out. The last thing I'll mention just on demand is that big fuchsia bar. That's that hydrogen that we were talking about earlier, and you can see there's a lot of hydrogen demands, particularly in that limited options case. We said earlier only 90 gigawatts of that was really coming back to the electric sector as power. Most of that is actually going to service those other end uses that are non-electric typically served, right? So a lot of electrolysis, which basically means a lot of additional electric demand that's served. That's why you get that significant increase in that rightmost scenario. But a lot of opportunity for us as we go forward. 2 slides, I think, to wrap us up, and then we'll sort of finish this thing. This basically is showing, and I want to make one point here. This is showing how the total energy, I said earlier that there's a lot of efficiency there, and you can see that decreasing. Two reasons for that efficiency. One's direct efficiency, basically figuring out how to actually do things less with specific end uses. The other is because we're actually getting more efficient use of the energy by fuel switching, going from using gasoline to using the electric sector to be able to do that. So you see a lot of efficiencies in there, the way those slope down from the left to the right. But the big point I want you to get is those numbers in the blue. That's in the US, that's the share of in-use energy that the electric sector is going to serve. You see, today it's about 20% of in-use energy served from the electric sector. Going forward, under all those scenarios, regardless of what the scenario is, it's going to be somewhere between 2 to 3 times that. Now let that sink in for just a second. And really that 3 times on the right-hand side, it's really 4 times, because those hydrogen-derived fuels, that fuchsia and that crosshatch fuchsia down there, those are indirect electrification. That's where you're using hydrogen or synthetic natural gas that's actually produced from the electric sector to actually produce that hydrogen or that synthetic natural gas. So somewhere between 2 to 4 times the amount of society's well-being economy is going to be dependent on the electric sector to get to a net zero future as it is today. Those of us in the room that are responsible for meeting that large portion of society's needs, that should just have a heavy weight on top of us. Reliability and resiliency are absolutely foundational to being able to have a decarbonized future. I hear a lot when I get to do these conversations, I get to talk to executives a lot, and there's a lot of conversations. You talk about reliability and resiliency of the electric grid, and this is a barrier to us to get to decarbonization. It is not a barrier in any way. It is the absolute prerequisite. If we don't have an electric grid that is reliable and resilient at every step through the transition so that society can be confident that we can depend on that to actually serve somewhere between 40 and 80% of our societal needs, our mission to actually decarbonize gets so much more difficult, so much more costly, and the timeline extends so much further. So we have to figure out this sea change in terms of the resource mix, in terms of the way we use, the way we deliver, the way we actually create electricity. While all of that change is going on, we have to increase the level of reliability and resiliency as we're doing that. Otherwise, we increase the risk to society. That make sense? It's a prerequisite. All right. How do we do that? How do you ensure that reliability and resiliency? Because somebody might ask, that big sophisticated model that you're talking about that does all that energy economy equilibrium, does that tell me that I'm going to actually have stability if I drop a double-circuited transmission line that's important? That model knows nothing about stability, right? It doesn't have that granularity to understand that. How do I ensure that reliability and resiliency as I go forward? The way you do that is from the stuff that we were talking about earlier. So Marie talked about it, Bruce talked about it, you saw Colton Cheen from Hawaii Electric talk about it. You actually have to start to integrate the modeling and analysis you do across the planning functions to ensure that operational reliability, things like resource adequacy, things like deliverability adequacy, balancing, flexibility, all the way down to the stability, those have to be ensured by integrating those models together and providing feedback loops through those in order to be able to know that that capacity expansion technology deployment that you have is actually going to get to the future that you want and allow us to be reliable and resilient as we get there. I could talk a long time about that. I'm going to wrap us up with the last slide. There's a lot of work that we have to do. Somebody said it earlier. One of my colleagues, he's from South Africa. He says there's a South African saying, I think it could be from anywhere. I'm from Mississippi in the U.S. I'm from Southeast U.S. I think it could be from the Southeast U.S., but it's from South Africa, he tells me. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. There's a lot that we have to do, and we've got a long way to go, and the only way we're going to get there is if we go together. Through forums like this, collaborating, figuring out how we can actually get to that together. Now, I will say this. We've got to go far, but we also got to go kind of fast because it's coming to us in a hurry. So we'll have to figure that out as we go, but we're going to be able to do that going together. 5 quick things I'll say that have to get done. These are prerequisites for that reliable grid. There's new capabilities that are needed in terms of protection, control. Other technologies are going to be needed. We talked about market design this morning. I won't say more about that. There's a lot of investment. The financial community is going to have to come together. Regulation is going to have to come together to get us there. And then the way we plan is going to have to change. Those things working together, though, I'm confident we'll be able to get there. I took longer than I intended to, so I'm going to wrap us up there. I don't know if there's any questions. I don't have somebody up here to be looking at the app to tell me if you guys have questions, but I maybe just will look around the room. If there's a quick question or two, I'll let you raise your hand, and I'll try to get somebody with a mic. And if you guys are just ready to go to lunch, I'm okay with that too. Any questions on anything that I talked about? Was it useful, or did I actually fail in my challenge? Is it useful? All right, great. Get some thumbs up. Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Look forward to going further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel Brooks, for your presentation and sharing the insightful data that you did. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite on stage His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al-Ibrahim, CEO of GCCI, and His Excellency Dr. Ershad Mansour, President and CEO at EPRI, to share the closing remarks. Thank you.
All I can say is there's very few places in the world that you can go and get this breadth of understanding and knowledge, all the way from financing to bankability to insurance to grid integration to storage technologies to real-life experience. And this is happening. I'm going to use Daniel's words to close it as well, that if you want to go far in this clean energy future, you have to go together. And forums like this, GCCIA, you are meant to get people to go together. EPRI was created 50 years ago and meant to take the global energy companies to go together. So appreciate very much. Thank you very much for your attention. Watch out for our LinkedIn next week. We surely will be making posts about this fantastic forum. And it wouldn't have been possible unless there was some really hard work that was done by GCCIA staff. I know EPRI team was all there. And there's a lot of people in the behind who makes this thing work. So a round of applause for everybody that worked together to make this a success. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Engineer Ahmed, and maybe are both of you and I Longhorns?
Yes.
At what point, what is the coincidence that both of us went to the same school, and that's the University of Texas in Austin? Engineer Ahmed.
Thank you, Dr. Rashad. So, 2 great days, and as promised, 2 fantastic days. I think we listened to top-notch professionals and experts, and to me, there are more questions to be asked than answers, So I think these 2 days have opened our eyes on many issues, showed us that we need to have a holistic look at the subject of energy transition and specifically energy storage. How does it fit? How do we configure the future? And as I said, we need to work together to configure our future, because the future is tomorrow. And as Daniel said, it's coming very fast. Whether we go together or we go on our own, but we have to get there very fast and in the proper way. We started this partnership with the EPRI 2019, and I think this is one of the fruits that we have made out of this partnership. I really appreciate our partner, Dr. Arshad, and his very capable team, and the value that they bring to us as the GCCIA, because R&D is a part of the business that it's very important for us as we go forward. As the things are changing in our world, we need to be really on top of things. And the dimension that EPRI brings to us through this partnership is something we really very much appreciate. And we'd like to build on and on, especially this year as we head towards COP28. We have more things planned. And later this year, we'll have more activities and events that we hope to bring together this kind of knowledge and this kind of sharing of knowledge. I know that you're eager to go to lunch. I just wanted to close with thanking Dr. Arshad and his team for their partnership, for really arranging all the technical content of this and bringing to all of us this kind of value. Our own team and the GCCIA also, Mr. Mohammed Sheikh, Mr. Dr. Ali, and all the team and everybody. I cannot mention everybody by name, but you have been very instrumental. And for all of you for attending and sharing your thoughts with us and making this a successful conference by your attendance and your participation. We really appreciate you dedicating the time to be with us. And we hope to see you in next events for the GCCIA and EPRI. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch. We should wear a horn.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for the closing remarks. Before we conclude today's sessions, I would like to invite all the speakers and the organizers for a final group picture. So if we can all come up on stage, and we'll just take a few pictures before we can head out to lunch. So we're calling out all the speakers and organizers to join us on stage for a final group picture. I would just like to remind everyone to answer the survey about the last 2 days. The QR code will be shared on the screen shortly. And once again, I thank you all for being a part of those incredible 2 days, and we wish you an enjoyable rest of the day. Thank you.